London.
It is my pleasure to recognize the member for London, Middlesex.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons' command, quand on voit ses porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix, ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Can I let the doors be open? Let the doors be open. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Merci. Déclaration de député.
Statements by members.
Honourable member from Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, keeping our community safe is important to Brampton residents. While community safety is a shared jurisdiction with the provinces and municipalities, this government has been working hand in hand with our law enforcement and with other partners. We are strengthening Canada's criminal code and our community safety by keeping repeat violent offenders in prison with Bill C-48, supporting the CBSA with a historic investment that make our border secure. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, we are working collaboratively with our law enforcement partners in Peel and right across the country to combat auto theft. I know that fighting car theft is an important issue. This is why earlier this year we made an important investment, $120 million to Ontario to combat gangs. In partnership with CBSA and other agencies, Peel Regional Police have successfully recovered with $130 million worth of stolen vehicle this year and put many criminals behind the bar. We committed to continuing to work to strengthen measures to combat auto thefts to ensure a safe environment for Brampton, Mr. Speaker.
I'd like to remind all members as much as possible to stick to their 60-second time limit for statements by members. The honourable member from Prince Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Mr. Bruce Vance of Prince Albert, who was inducted into the Raiders Wall of Honour. Bruce spent 14 years with the Raiders and was responsible for bringing many special events to our community. He's also the former president of the Crescent Heights Community Club. He is the former co-manager of the Man Northway Northern Bears and co-founder of the Girls Prairie League of Softball. Despite being diagnosed with colon cancer for the second time in 2020, Bruce continues to take on whatever challenges life may throw at him. Just this past year, the Northern Bears hosted an event with his team jersey. They auctioned off the jerseys and raised $23,000 for the Victoria Hospital Foundation and the Cancer Foundation of Saskatchewan. Bruce, you are an idol in our community. We thank you for your service. Please keep up the good fight. Thank you.
The honourable member from Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend I attended the grand reopening of the Ron Ianni Law School building at the University of Windsor after transformative renovations. I met generations of alumni like Frank and Peter who made the drive to Windsor to reconnect over the two-day celebration. On hand were the Chief Justice of Canada and Ontario. The $38 million renovation is truly spectacular. The architects pulled off the impossible, inserting light into a stone. The Moot Court is a showpiece with gorgeous views of the campus, the Ambassador Bridge, and Assumption Church. A generous gift provided by the Rodzik family, the court is fully accessible and one of the 3 rooms set up to host smudge ceremonies. Seeing all the alumni and donors highlighted the real sense of family and pride that are the hallmark of UWindsor Law. And I know my predecessor, and the founding dean, the late Honourable Mark McGuigan, was smiling proud on this day too. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, if you hear Granby, a lot of people will think about the zoo. The zoo was created in 1953. It was the brainchild of Horace Boivin, visionary mayor of the time and a passionate animal lover. In 2023, the Granby Zoo celebrates its 70th anniversary. The zoo has stood the test of time. It has modernized. It has created moments of wonder and memorable experiences for families, for young people and older people alike. It's a major economic and tourism lever for the region and even for Quebec. Its mission to protect animal species and promote the conservation of biodiversity is essential. And it's also a major international attraction. The whole of Granby Zoo proudly displays giant statues which represent some exotic species that can be found there, from the pink elephant near Lac Boivin to the blue gorilla and the yellow meerkat. Let's take advantage of this 70th birthday to visit or revisit the Granby Zoo. Happy 70th birthday. The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, in June, the Sherbrooke Chamber of Commerce awarded the title of the 2023 Eastern Township Resident of the Year to Jacques Fortier. Mr. Fortier received this honorary title with his typical modesty, despite his very impressive track record. Jacques Fortier is passionately involved in the Sherbrooke community. As a claims adjuster for 45 years, he helped people during the ice storm and the Lac-Mégantic tragedy. Mr. Fortier also invests a great deal of time in volunteer work, first in the healthcare network, where he oversaw a major redevelopment project at the Hôtel Dieu de Sherbrooke and played a decisive role in setting up the Mother and Child Centre. He is an avid sports fan. He made a major contribution to the return of Majors hockey in Sherbrooke, and he's still a shareholder and vice president of marketing for the Sherbrooke Phoenix. Mr. Fortier has been involved in a number of election campaigns. He is always unfailingly supported by Marie-Claude, love of his life. They form a remarkable couple. They're always there for their community. All of my congratulations to Jacques Fortier, Eastern Township's Resident of the Year 2023.
Member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
After 8 years, this flailing Liberal NDP Prime Minister flip-flopped and admitted him and his scam of the century, the carbon tax, are just not worth the cost. The Governor of the Bank of Canada confirmed by scrapping this inflationary scam, it would bring down the cost of everything and put a massive dent into the inflationary crisis. It's hypocritical for this Prime Minister to only put a pause on this tax where his polling numbers are low, yet punish those Canadians that don't vote Liberal by quadrupling it. They sold this carbon tax scam to Canadians by telling them they would get more back in phony rebates than what they would pay into it, and that somehow it would fix the environment. Both proven false. Even a Liberal minister admits that Liberal MPs are utterly useless and have no voice in their own caucus. Only our common sense Conservative leader will axe the tax to keep the heat on and bring home lower prices for all Canadians. So why doesn't this out-of-touch Liberal Prime Minister shove this carbon tax scam and his woke policies where his polling numbers are? In the gutter.
The honourable member from London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honour two new inductees into the London and District Business Hall of Fame. The first is Alan Drullo, president of Drullo Holdings. He helped make the company one of the country's largest and leading real estate development and property management firms. On top of that, he is an important philanthropist in our community. He has supported, among others, the Kidney Foundation. He's supported the London Food Bank, Mission Services, Habitat for Humanity, the Grand Theatre, and he continues to be steadfast in the community's vision for the future. Jill Wilcox, the owner of Jill's Table, is the second. She's an award-winning specialty food and kitchen store entrepreneur in London. In addition to running a very successful business for more than 25 years, Jill has been a leading entrepreneur organizing cooking classes and culinary tours to Europe. Another philanthropist, Mr. Speaker, as well. Since 2012, she's helped to fund food-related education projects in support of Investing in Children, Youth Opportunities Unlimited, Growing Chefs, and others. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
The honourable member.
Member from Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm extremely honored to recognize the stellar career path of the Honourable Judy Foote, a colleague and a friend to many of us in this House. As she is leaving her position of Lieutenant Governor of Newfoundland and Labrador, I would like to thank her for dedicated service to Canadians for over 30 years in politics. Ms. Foote brought the best practices from the places where she started, in education and television journalism. She made history, being the first female lieutenant governor for her province. As Prime Minister announced earlier, Ms. Foote brought passion, energy, and an unwavering dedication to serving Canadians during her historic mandate. Her diverse experience of public service enriched not only her province, but the whole of Canada. On behalf of my family, my colleagues, and I want to thank you, my dear friend. We wish you all the success in your future endeavors. Thank you.
The honourable member from York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, this desperate NDP Liberal government's plan to pause the carbon tax on home heating won't help 97% of Canadians. This includes residents of York Region. They rely on natural gas and propane to heat their homes. The Rural Economic Development Minister said an exemption wasn't offered across Canada because those regions didn't vote Liberal. Newsflash, 70% of York Region is represented by Liberals. It seems there is no carbon tax relief for York Region families because of the incompetence of Liberal MPs in Markham, Richmond Hill, Aurora, Newmarket. These York Region Liberals are just not worth the cost. Instead of treating Canadians like contestants on a reality show, pitting them against each other, picking winners, losers, and survivors, how about we axe the tax and vote all these Liberals off the island? Yeah!
The honourable member from Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, making sure Canadians are and feel safe in their community is a priority for our federal government. It is not optional, it is not political. In my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, public safety is at the centre of many conversations. We know that the federal government has a leading role to play. Vaughan residents support the cooperation and collaboration seen from all levels of government, law enforcement, and victim advocates working together to crack down on crime, keep guns away from our streets, and protect Canadians. Mr. Speaker, Canadians ask that we strengthen the justice system to keep repeat offenders behind bars. As our response, our government introduced Bill C-48, bail reform, which amends the criminal code and reinforces public confidence in Canada's justice system. We also introduced a national freeze on handguns, supported the province of Ontario with $120 million to combat guns and gangs, and over $500 million to CBSA to protect our borders. By providing the funding, working with all levels of government, and passing impactful bail reform legislation, we are doing everything it takes to keep Canadians safe.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, just under a year ago, we Conservatives asked the government to cancel the carbon tax on home heating. All the parties in this House, including the Bloc Québécois, voted against it. It costs a lot to vote for the Bloc. And then, last Thursday, just as the Prime Minister was taking a nasty beating in the polls, he announced a temporary break for home heating oil, and he only did this announcement with Atlantic MPs. Why did you do that? Well, the Minister for Rural Economic Development said that all the other regions had to do was vote Liberal. Where are the MPs for Quebec when it comes to defending their constituents' pocketbooks? This measure is unfair to 97% of Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and not only that, but it divides Canadians. Even the architect of the Liberal carbon tax, Catherine McKenna, is heartbroken by this Liberal flip-flop, and the current Minister of the Environment has said that there will be no more concessions or else he'll be out the door. Things are clearly going well for the Liberals, Mr. Speaker, but we Conservatives are very clear. Eliminating carbon taxes is common sense.
The honourable member from Simcoe Grey.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, this Liberal NDP government is desperate. Its polling numbers are in a free fall, and it will now do anything to stay in power, even telling Canadians, vote for us or we'll tax you more. In pausing his carbon tax until the next election for Atlantic Canadians only, the Prime Minister has admitted that his gimmicky carbon tax rebate didn't give them more than they paid in. But yet he stands here and tells rural Ontarians we're getting more back than we pay in. He seems confused, Mr. Speaker, but Canadians aren't. They know this Prime Minister can't be trusted. They know he is not worth the cost. Seniors in my community are telling me they're worried about their heating costs. Some have even told me that they can't buy fresh vegetables anymore. When will the Prime Minister stop the games, treat all regions fairly, axe the carbon tax, and give all Canadians a break?
The Honourable Member for Orléans.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Privilege of attending the Poppy campaign kickoff of the Orléans Royal Canadian Legion. It was an honor beyond words to place the very first poppy on the esteemed lapel of Veterans Warrants retired Serge Millen, a gesture symbolizing our immense gratitude for his service and sacrifice to our country. Let's all help our Canadian Legions by donating to them and by wearing our poppy with pride. In addition, I extend my warmest congratulations to Andrea Baird, owner of the AKA Beauty Concept, as she celebrated a decade of successful business in Orléans. I was so impressed by Andrea's leadership as she was telling me that her salon is a certified sustainable salon, a green circle salon. That means that up to 95% of the beauty waste is recovered and recycled, giving beauty waste a new life and joining the fight against climate change. Merci.
Oh.
The Honourable Member from Algoma, Kapuskasing, Manitoulin.
Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, Canadians were collectively heartbroken by the barbaric act of intimate partner violence that took the life of Angie Sweeney and her 3 young children in Sault Ste. Marie. As we grieve for Angie and her children, we must redouble our efforts against intimate partner violence. Gender-based and intimate partner violence in Canada has increased for 5 consecutive years. In 2021, the rate of IPV was 336 victims per 100,000 people. Women and girls represent almost 70% of victims. En 2021, the total
In 2021, gender-related homicide rate for Indigenous women and girls was more than triple the rate of gender-related homicides overall. Ontario had a 39% increase of women and girls killed by violence with a male offender from 2018 to 2022.
This epidemic cannot continue. We must implement the recommendations from last Parliament's Justice Committee report on stopping coercive and controlling behavior in intimate relationships. Women need us to stand up for them now more than ever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, there have been many closures in our very important fishing industry, but the federal government has not offered any compensation or any sufficient alternatives. And to this day, all the fishermen from all the areas in my riding are closing or on the brink of closing. There are all sorts of problems. They're faced with countless problems, and the processing plants are also suffering. There is a true crisis in the fishing industry, Mr. Speaker, and it will be hard to find the next generation. Our fishing industry has its limits, but there are solutions. For example, community fishing license, ecosystem management, financial compensation. We need to protect our water and everything living in our water. We need to ensure that our resources can be renewable. We need to take action quickly, and the Bloc Québécois is ready to work with the government and to support this industry. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, outright incompetence. That's how senior officials to the Prime Minister described the scandal around the $1 billion Green Slush Fund, $40 million of which is under investigation for suspicious payments. Leaked audio has been recently released, and you won't believe what a Liberal government official said about it. He calls the fund a sponsorship Sponsorship scandal level kind of giveaway. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, he is simply not worth the cost. The unholy alliance of the NDP Liberal spending, scandals and corruption has now caused sponsorship scandal 2.0. The previous Liberal sponsorship scandal began with an Auditor General investigation, and today we learn that the Auditor General is now investigating the taxpayer abuse at the $1 billion Green Slush Fund. Liberal corruption must stop. Common sense Conservatives will finally clean up this mess.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, it is a great honour for me to have spent 16 years as a member of the National Assembly in Quebec City and a member of Parliament in Ottawa, and I am the only MP of Haitian origin. But I must step aside. Thank you to the Prime Minister for giving me this opportunity to serve Canadians.
The House of Commons for the friendship. Merci.
Thank you to the Ordre des CPA for the Chartered Accountant Emeritus Award and the prestigious title of Fellow. Thank you to UQAM for the Hommage en Enseignement Award. Thank you to the Right Honourable Raymond Hanadishan for the Governor General's Medal for my work at Revenue Canada. Thank you to Jean Charest for his true friendship. Thank you to the people of Bourassa, to my brothers and sisters, to those who have supported me and worked for me, and a heartfelt thank you to my wife, our children, their spouses, and our grandchildren.
Merci pour tout sacrifice nous fait pour moi. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, with great emotion, I informed the Prime Minister that I will not be running for another term.
Questions, questions orales.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. When the Prime Minister flip-flopped and put a pause on his carbon tax for home heating, that didn't do anything to help Quebec. Quebecers are going to have to pay the second carbon tax, which is going to increase not only the cost of gas, but also the cost of groceries. And why? Why is the Prime Minister increasing taxes on Quebecers? Well, it's to fund a $1 billion fund that a senior official put in place as and has called a second sponsorship scandal. Why is the Prime Minister forcing Quebecers to pay for another Liberal scandal? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a short question for the Conservative leader. What is the Conservatives' plan to protect the environment? The answer is very simple. No plan. No plan, no solutions. A real solution would be to put in place a plan to fight climate change for the future. A real solution would be to protect our environment for future generations. The Conservative leader must know that Canadians don't have a short memory, Mr. Speaker. They'll remember that what the Conservatives did when they were in power. Chop, 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 Mr. Speaker. They won't take the risk. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
The Prime Minister promised that Wednesdays would be Prime Minister's question period. His public itinerary indicates he's in Ottawa, and he was even spotted in the building. So the question is for the Prime Minister about the carbon tax chaos he has unleashed. He has paused the tax on some heat for some people, leading the Government of Alberta to threaten a lawsuit, the Government of Saskatchewan to threaten not to collect the tax, NDP provincial parties in the West even turning against it, and some First Nations saying the entire thing is illegal. Will he reverse all of this chaos and just axe the tax?
Before I have the Honourable Minister answer the question, I just want to remind all members it's important not to do indirectly what you can't do directly. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let's actually bring the temperature down and talk about exactly what we've done here. We've accelerated the replacement of home heating oil for heat pumps. Mr. Speaker, it's a national program, and if the Premier of Alberta and the Premier of Saskatchewan want to make sure that people who heat their homes with oil in those provinces have access to the same heat pumps, you know what they can do, Mr. Speaker? They can join 3 Atlantic provinces and BC and sign up for a plan and help low-income people in their province. Will they do it? Time will tell.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the question was for the Prime Minister. That's right. He has unleashed carbon tax chaos across the country. After saying he would never bend, he backed down because I kept beating him in these debates in the House of Commons. And he put a 2-year pause on some heating oil for some people, causing Saskatchewan to threaten not to collect the tax, Alberta to threaten a lawsuit, 6 provinces coming out against the plan, First Nations saying it's illegal. If he's so proud of himself and what he's done, then why won't he stand up now and defend it?
Again, I ask all members, please, if you do not have the floor, to refrain from speaking so that we can hear the question and we can hear the answer. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition seems to be too busy patting himself on the back to actually do his homework. At the end of the day, heating oil costs anywhere between 2 and 4 times the price of natural gas. It is a particular driver of energy poverty in this country. We have taken steps forward to improve affordability by enabling the implementation of heat pumps, which will save people up to $2,500 a year, but doing so in the context of a plan to fight climate change, something, again, that the Leader of the Opposition has done nothing about in the years since he became the Leader of the Opposition.
Here.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Oh, badly for that Liberal minister who's been abandoned by his leader, who the leader of their government won't even stand and defend his own decisions. We know that on Thursday, he suddenly, after having his door beat down by terrified Liberals about to lose their seats, decided to flip-flop and bring in a temporary pause on a tax until after the election, dividing Canadians once again into 2 different classes. If he's so proud of how he's divided people, if he's so proud of how he's forcing Canadians to choose between heating and eating, why won't he have the guts to stand up and say so now?
The Honourable Minister.
I'll tell you who's feeling abandoned by their leader. Conservative Albertans, New Democrat Albertans, Liberal Albertans. You know why, Mr. Speaker? Because Danielle Smith is trying to take Albertans out of the Canada Pension Plan. And what do we have from the Leader of the Conservative Opposition, Mr. Speaker? Weak sauce and platitudes. The pretender to the throne can stand up here right today and say a full-throated defense of Canada Pension Plan while his 30 Alberta MPs stand in silence. Will he or won't he? I know we will, Mr. Speaker, and Albertans can count on us defending them every single day along with their pensions.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that carbon tax question was for the Prime Minister on Prime Minister's question period today. And I know that I don't have my glasses on, but that guy doesn't look like the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker.
You're right, it's not.
I have a very simple motion. It says that given that the government has announced a temporary 3-year pause to the federal carbon tax on home heating oil, the House call on the government to extend that pause to all forms of heating oil, period. Will the Prime Minister have the courage to stand up and indicate whether the vote on this motion will be a free vote for his members?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those of us on this side of the House prefer to do good public policy rather than simply just play politics. I know that is an idea that seems to be foreign to the Leader of the Opposition. Heating oil is 2 to 4 times expensive as natural gas. It is a particularly acute issue for people in a number of provinces, not just in Atlantic Canada. The program that we are putting into place applies across the country. It is to ensure that we are addressing concerns around affordability in a thoughtful way while also addressing concerns around climate change, which I'm sure their children will tell them is a very important issue.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois motion that we'll be voting on later today calls on the government to review its immigration targets starting in 2024 after consulting Quebec and the provinces on how many immigrants they are able to welcome. And yet the minister is ready to unveil his targets, even though nobody's been consulted. Quebec's immigration minister confirmed it earlier today. There has been no consultation. So instead of doing one thing and voting for something else, will the minister cancel his press conference later today and consult Quebec before announcing his immigration targets? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, first of all, that's false. We have consulted Quebec. Our officials speak with their officials every day. I also spoke directly with the minister about the targets and targets for refugees as well. I've asked them to make an additional effort. Obviously, we're consulting. We're not always in agreement, but I would ask the member to look at the plan and look at the Quebec-Canada agreement, which says to be determined. So there are still elements that are up to Quebec to decide. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, there's a limit to how much you can say that doesn't have any meaning. Quebec hasn't been consulted on the federal immigration targets. Quebec confirmed that today. That means that the targets that the federal government is going to announce today don't take into account Quebec's ability to welcome immigrants. Does the minister know how many classrooms he's going to have to open to welcome new immigrants in 2024? Because we're going to have more speech therapists, more psychotherapists, and more teachers. If the minister doesn't have those answers, is he at least going to cancel his press conference, go get the answers from Quebec and the provinces? The Honourable Minister. Well, in an hour and a half, people will have the opportunity to see the plan itself. I would ask them to have a look at it, but when it comes to Quebec, since 1991, we have the Canada-Quebec Agreement, and under that agreement, we send $700 million a year to Quebec, and do we ask them what's done with it? No, that's the kind of relationship we have. Maybe we should be asking questions, but the reality is that they can spend that money to adapt their ability to welcome immigrants, and we will support them in that. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
The Prime Minister has made it very clear that only those who vote for Liberals will get relief on their home heating, which has divided Canada and undermined the fight against climate crisis. Canadians want to do the right thing, but they can't, for example, navigate the onerous government programs for a heat pump and end up giving up. So instead of dividing Canadians, will the Prime Minister tax the excess profits of oil and gas companies and use that revenue to help all Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I would encourage the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party to do his homework. In terms of an onerous program, people who actually are going to be in receipt of a heat pump go up and sign online, and 3 days later they get a check to ensure that they can actually do the installation. There is no onerous program, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, we have developed a plan to address a key affordability issue in a manner that is consistent with fighting climate change. It is good public policy, and we will carry it out.
The Honourable Member from Burnaby South.
The government's been clear. You have to vote Liberal if you want some help with home heating. It's as if it's the Duplessis era all over again. And who benefits from this? The big oil and gas companies, who continue to receive grants and subsidies from the federal government and who continue to make record profits. Will the Prime Minister stop taking us back to the era of Duplessis and help all Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The program that we're discussing today applies everywhere in Canada. It's something that's very important. We've put in place a program to ensure that there's affordability for Canadians and also to ensure that we can fight climate change. It's good policy. It's something that's very important for Canadians.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
For the Prime Minister, his lone Liberal MP in Edmonton was asked, quote, Western Canada, that they're being left out of this whole home heating oil and the exemption for home heat from the carbon price. Should natural gas be added to that? He said, no, I'm not concerned at all. He then went on to say that if Albertans want to have the exemption, they can switch their furnaces over to oil. Does the Prime Minister agree with his member from Edmonton that Albertans should spend thousands of dollars putting in a more emitting source of energy just to avoid paying the carbon tax?
L'honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
The hockey team that plays in my home city is called the Oilers, and we just handed a defeat to his former team, the Flames. But that being said, Mr. Speaker, if I misspoke, let me be clear in this House. Albertans right now can actually use a federal program to go from natural gas to a heat pump with a $5,000 credit from our government or a $40,000 interest-free loan. It's the Green Homes Program, it's the Green Loans Program, and if Premier Smith wants to extend free home pumps to Albertans to get off of heating oil, she can join Atlantic Premiers and work with the feds to make exactly that happen.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I can understand why the Prime Minister didn't want to stand up and defend that comment from his Liberal member. But, you know, this comment is similar to what we heard from Paul McLaughlin. He's the President of the Rural Municipalities of Alberta. And he said, and I quote, if I have an understanding that I can buy heating oil, which is effectively kerosene, and I can buy it with no carbon levy, I will change all my grain drying and my barn heating to heating oil. I'll tell you right now, there are folks doing the math. So the government is now incentivizing farmers to spend money shifting from natural gas drying and heating over to oil heating, which has higher emissions. This makes no sense. Why won't he just shake off this lunacy and axe the tax?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Heating oil, perhaps the honourable member does not understand this, heating oil is 2 to 4 times as expensive as natural gas. It is a particularly acute issue with respect to heating and affordability. I would tell you, though, that he should also be aware that the exemption is for 3 years, during which time people are expected to implement heat pumps to ensure that they actually have an affordable way to address this issue, but in a manner that is consistent with fighting climate change, something, again, that the honourable leader either doesn't believe in or certainly doesn't think is important.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
While the question was for the Prime Minister, I'm glad this member answered because he reminded Atlantic Canadians that it is just a pause and that if they re-elect this Prime Minister, they will get a massive tax increase on their home heating oil. And where is all the money going? We now know that 60% of Canadians pay more in carbon taxes than they get back in rebates. The difference is funding this wasteful government. We now know that a senior member of the Liberal government's bureaucracy compared their billion-dollar green fund to the sponsorship scandal, saying that it was massive incompetence. Who got rich and who will have to pay?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Innovation welcomes the decision of the Auditor General to conduct an audit, and he also welcomes the invitation that he received to committee next week, where he will be answering Conservative questions with respect to this entire issue, Mr. Speaker. I would also note that the organization has agreed to cooperate fully and is enabling all documents and information to be provided to the Auditor General. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Now the carbon tax chaos continues. The incoming Leader of the Liberal Party, Mark Carney, has weighed in and said that he, quote, I would have looked for other ways to provide support than the route chosen, not least of because what is important is that clarity in terms of the overall plan, the overall direction. So now we have an incoming Liberal leader taking pot shots at an outgoing Liberal Prime Minister who is in hiding. How much longer can Canadians deal with this carbon tax chaos before we get an election and choose a common sense Conservative candidate?
Before I pass on to the Parliamentary Secretary to answer the question, I'd like to remind all members, and out of profound respect to the position and the office of the Leader of the Opposition, I again want to remind all members to please take a look at the statement which I made regarding decorum in the House in terms of understanding what all members have to do in terms of their work. I'll pass on the question to the Parliamentary Secretary to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's 2023, and if you don't have a plan to fight climate change and protect the environment, then you don't have a plan for the economy or for affordability either. And it's very clear that the Conservative plan is just to cut funding for social services like the Canada Child Benefit and our dental plan and seniors funding and the dental benefit, which has just recently surpassed 200,000 children, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative plan to fix global inflation by cutting people's services is not going to work. It's risky, irresponsible, and it's absolutely reckless, just like the Conservative leader.
Again, I'd like to remind all members in the questions and their answers is that you will want to make sure that you are not impugning to individual members questions that I raised regarding their courage, their intelligence, or even their presence in the House. I ask all members, please, to exercise some great restraint and decorum. We can have passionate debates in this House, and there are ways which we can do so within the rules that have been established by this place. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, instead of answering my questions and engaging me in debate, the Prime Minister forces yet another random Liberal to read off PMO talking points about the carbon tax chaos that is unfolding in this country. He's got one province threatening lawsuits, another not collecting the tax at all. He's got NDP provincial governments and parties turning against him, even though he's in coalition with that same party. Will he end the carbon tax chaos and agree to my motion to simply treat every single Canadian equally and take the tax off so that Canadians can keep the heat on?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure that the honourable member is actually listening to the responses, but at the end of the day, heating oil is 2 to 4 times as expensive as natural gas. It is a particularly acute issue with respect to affordability. We have come up with a program that will enable folks to be able to put in place something that will save them significant money while being consistent with the fight against climate change. It is, I would say, appalling that in this day and age, we still have a party in this chamber, the Conservative Party of Canada, that has no policy and not even any belief in the reality of climate change. It is time that that changed, and Canadians will make that happen in the next election.
No, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Prime Minister said he would have Wednesday Prime Minister's question period, that he would show up for work and answer questions. But here we are less than a week after he had to back down and pause his signature policy, the massive new carbon tax. His plan now is to quadruple that tax to 61 cents a litre, forcing seniors everywhere to choose between eating and heating. If that's really the right thing to do, then why doesn't he have the guts to stand up and defend that policy before Canadians here and now?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The price on pollution is one part of a comprehensive approach to addressing the climate issue. It is implemented in a manner that is affordable. The majority of Canadians get more money back than they pay on the price on pollution. Having a thoughtful approach to climate change is an important part of being a real and realistic political party in this country. You cannot actually have an environmental policy without a climate policy. You cannot actually have an effective economic plan for the future without recognizing the reality of climate change. It is time they entered the modern era.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois motion that the minister is going to support later today talks about successful immigration. Well, immigration can't be successful when the targets don't take into account the ability to welcome new immigrants. And the Conference Board revealed yesterday a huge number of immigrants who are leaving Canada. They're disappointed. There were 60,000 who left in 2017 and then 67,000 who left 2 years later. Among the reasons are the lack of access to housing and the difficult time they're having getting into the economy. Can the minister go back, do his homework, consult Quebec instead of announcing targets that are completely disconnected from our ability to welcome new immigrants? The Honourable Minister. It's clear that we always need to do the best that we can to make sure people immigrate to society, but what we're seeing is an unprecedented number of people who want to come to Canada. And the reality in all of this, Mr. Speaker, is that we see the number of people who want to come to Canada because it's a great country for welcoming new immigrants. If the Bloc Québécois is saying that we can't welcome those immigrants, I think that's bad faith on their part. Before I give the floor to the Honourable Member for Saint-Jean, I would just like to encourage all members who have not been recognized by the Speaker to please leave the floor to those who have been recognized to ask their questions and to answer questions. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, Quebec has confirmed that they were not consulted. That means that the immigration targets that the minister is going to unveil later today don't take into account the offer of services. They don't take into account the number of seats in our schools, the number of places in daycares, our ability to teach new immigrants French, the housing crisis, infrastructure that we need to build to increase, to support the increased numbers of the population. So if it's not based on any of that, what are the minister's targets based on? Astrology? The stars? The Honourable Minister. Well, I'm not sure about astrology, Mr. Speaker, but the member across the way was in the House, or rather was clearly not listening yesterday when I gave my speech, because I listed everything that we've done in collaboration with Quebec to make sure that things go well. And this agreement between Canada and Quebec has been in place as long as the bloc has existed, since 1991. And this jurisdiction remains with Quebec. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Is, and this question is for the Prime Minister, that the carbon tax chaos is unfolding within the Liberal tent itself. We saw last week, just as I was about to hold a thunderous rally of 1,000 common-sense Nova Scotians to axe the tax, the Prime Minister was in a sweaty ball on the ground. He had to flip-flop and hold a hastily called and humiliating press conference. Now, Mark Carney has come out against his flip-flop, and Percy Down, a loyal Liberal senator, has called for the Prime Minister to resign because of his fiscal irresponsibility. Is that why he's hiding under his desk and refusing to answer questions today?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Other than trying to find ways to do indirectly what he is not actually allowed to do directly, the one thing that is consistent about the Leader of the Opposition is that he loves to pat himself on the back continuously. At the end of the day, what we are interested in on this side of the House is good public policy. We have put into place a plan that will assure affordability for Canadians, that applies across the country, that does so in a manner that actually addresses the reality of climate change. Once again, it is appalling and a shame that the Conservative Party does not believe in climate change, has no plan to do anything about it.
Exactly.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This Liberal senator, Mr. Percy Down, wrote, and I quote, "The opportunity for a Conservative government has been created by a lack of fiscal responsibility by the Liberal government, and the damage it has caused our economy is now showing up in the opinion polls. Within the Liberal Party, many members who are in favor of fiscal responsibility have given up on this current iteration of the Liberal Party, and hence the leader should resign." Yet he won't stand and answer questions, even though his itinerary shows that he was in this building today. Wow. If he won't show up and do his job, why won't he get out of the way? Because I will. Yeah.
Over the last 2 weeks, many members have taken upon themselves to quote my statement back to me, and I'm quite happy to defend that statement. As your chair, again, I will say that it is important for us to recognize that all members have duties, all members of this House, regardless of which side you have, which sometimes takes them out of this chamber to do their duties. That's the reason. That is the reason why. That is the reason why that we try not to mention whether or not the member is present or not in the House. It's part of the duties. So we are going to continue on. I believe there is the Honourable House Leader is going to answer this question.
Mr. Speaker, I find the last thing that the Honourable Leader of the Opposition said particularly troubling, because it is Canadians who decide who sit in this House and not the Leader of the Opposition. But, Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear that it's troubling, but it's not surprising, because when he was the Minister of Democratic Reform, Mr. Speaker, he made it harder for 150,000 of Canada's most vulnerable citizens to vote. He was also sanctioned by Elections Canada for violating electoral law. While what he's saying is completely inappropriate, it is unsurprising given his track record and his lack of respect for democracy. Thank you.
Again, colleagues, it is so important. Colleagues, sit down. Hello.
Order.
Colleagues, it is important, once again, to not call in.
Sit down, Speaker, it up.
Could I ask the member, please, from Surrey, to please allow me to continue. Colleagues, I ask all members to please exercise discretion. These are the things which you all raised with me and others in terms of improving the discretion. So, I'm going to ask the Honourable Leader of the colleagues.
He should be sit down.
May I ask all colleagues, excuse me, colleagues, temperatures are running hot temperatures are running hot today. If I could ask all members, please, to sit down. May I ask all members to respectfully sit down, please?
All members.
May I ask all members to respectfully sit down until I recognize them to speak? Please. Colleagues. The honourable member, the honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I can understand as these Liberal members watch their Prime Minister in a panicked huddle in the fetal position, shaking and trembling, that they are losing control of themselves. The last few days of carbon tax chaos has been very hard on them, and now their leader is defending them. The minister says we should let Canadians decide. So why don't we pause the carbon tax on all home heat until the vote, when Canadians will decide whether they want the Prime Minister's plan to hike the tax 61 cents a litre, or my common sense plan to axe the tax for everyone forever.
The Honourable Minister.
Things, Mr. Speaker, that we as Liberals are united on. We are united on the fact that the leader of the opposition is trying to destroy the action that our government is taking on climate change. Not only our government, but governments across the world that are finally turning the tide, because he wants to go back to the time when they were attacking climate action. Mr. Speaker, we're united in the fact that we led the G7 in 2020 and 2022 in growth, that we're going to be number one again in 2024, that 64,000 jobs were created in Canada. Which country would he change places with? When he denigrates Canada, what country does he think better? Because this is the greatest country in the world, and we will stand up for it, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, we have someone now auditioning for the job of Prime Minister. There we go. And the cat's away. The mice will play, but we don't need any more of this chaos. The NDP would actually do its job and hold this government to account. They would announce today they would vote in accordance with the views of the NDP in BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and now Manitoba, all of whom agree that people in cold climates, whether it be in Timmins or Kapuskasing or Churchill, should enjoy tax-free heat. So will they vote to keep the heat on by taking the tax off, or will they once again serve this out-of-touch Prime Minister?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said a number of times, and perhaps the Honourable Leader of the Opposition has not heard me, the home heating oil is up to 4 times as expensive as natural gas. It creates challenges with respect to affordability for Canadians. We have come forward with a plan that applies in every province and territory in this country that will address that particular issue in a manner that will be affordable, that will ensure long-term savings for families, but will do so in a manner that continues the fight against climate change, a fight against climate change that would not happen if he was in the other side of the House.
The Honourable Member from Burnaby South.
Yesterday, a Palestinian refugee camp was bombed by the Israeli Defense Forces. We saw lifeless children being pulled out of the rubble. We heard agonizing screams of the worst human suffering. Palestinians in Gaza are being used as human shields and being bombed for crimes they haven't committed. Canada cannot stand by while innocent people die. We must demand a ceasefire and a release of all hostages now. How can this Prime Minister defend abstaining from the UN call for a ceasefire?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think with every member of this House of Commons, we are looking at the situation in Gaza and in Israel as a crisis that is of proportions that are dire and are causing us to lose sleep at night. And so we continue to negotiate the best way possible for hostages to be released. We continue to work at getting humanitarian aid into the area and getting Canadians out. We will continue to monitor the situation even as hearts are breaking. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Burnaby South.
The media have reported that members of the Canadian Armed Forces are currently in Israel. Canada cannot participate in the bloodshed and death of innocent people. The Prime Minister has not called for a ceasefire, and he is not joining in the calls of the United Nations. Can the Prime Minister confirm that no Canadian troops will take part in the war? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very clear. We are not providing military assistance to Israel. What we're doing, Mr. Speaker, is we're providing force protection for Canadians and assisting the Canadian Embassy in Israel with contingency planning. This is similar to CANSOMCOM presence and assistance we have provided in other instances, including in Sudan. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
L'honorable député, the honourable member from Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, our government are focused on building a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system. But we know that this will not be possible without the hard work of all our early childhood educators. Attracting and retaining educators is critically important, and for too long, their working condition and compensation have not met the desired standard. To the Minister, what is our government doing to change this situation across the country and in my home province of British Columbia?
The honourable member, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, early childhood educators deserve to be well compensated and respected. That's why on Monday, alongside the province of British Columbia, my colleague, the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, announced a $2 per hour wage increase for eligible early childhood educators effective December 1st of this year, Mr. Speaker. In the first 2 years, Mr. Speaker, British Columbia has created an additional 10,000 childcare spaces, and parents have been saving up to $550 per month per child, Mr. Speaker. This is what happens when governments work together. We can deliver even more for Canadians.
The honourable member from Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians are struggling to eat, heat and house themselves, but money from the carbon tax is lining the pockets of Liberal insiders. One government official said that it is sponsorship scandal level giveaway. It's clear that this Prime Minister isn't worth the cost when his billion-dollar green slush fund already has $40 million under investigation. One insider, Annette Verscheren, is a friend of the Prime Minister. It turns out she's also chair of the board. Can the Prime Minister stand up and tell us how much his friend received in contracts from his billion-dollar slush fund?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Mr. Speaker, I find it interesting that the Conservative member began his question by talking about the affordability crisis here in Canada, but didn't end it that way. Allow me to address the fact that Canadians are struggling right now and that the supports that we have put in place are helping them to make ends meet, Mr. Speaker, whether it be the supports through our childcare program, whether it be supports to Canadians who are having a hard time paying for their rent or paying for their mortgage, Mr. Speaker. We have lifted over 2.3 million Canadians out of poverty since coming into government, Mr. Speaker. These programs work, and we will continue to make sure that Canadians benefit from them.
The honourable member from Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
It's astounding to hear that this member is saying that this program works. This program is under investigation. $40 million, that's the subject of gross mismanagement and conflicts of interest in the Prime Minister's billion-dollar green slush fund. 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, they're picking Canadians' pockets with this carbon tax and putting it into Liberal insiders' pockets. This is a Prime Minister that clearly isn't worth the cost. His friend is chair of the board. She is receiving contracts contracts. Can they tell us exactly how much of the money they've taken out of Canadians' pockets that he's put in the pocket of his friend?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned earlier, with respect to SDTC, the Minister of Innovation welcomes the decision of the Auditor General to conduct a full audit. The SDTC has agreed to provide all of the information and documents necessary to the committee, and I understand that the Minister of Innovation will be appearing before the committee next week in order to answer everyone's questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Louis.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, the Prime Minister's new Liberal scandal has exploded once. This one is the $1 billion Green Fund slush fund, which is being investigated by the Auditor General. This has come from the Bloc-supported carbon tax. Daniel Leblanc from Radio-Canada stated that this is similar to the sponsorship scandal. Can the Prime Minister rise today and clearly say which Liberal friends have benefited from this bad generosity? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, what we expect of organisations is that they respect the strictest guidelines of governance. As I said earlier, the Minister for Innovation warmly welcomed the conclusions of the Auditor General of Canada to proceed with an audit, and the Minister himself will appear before the committee next week in order to respond to questions. Thank you very much. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, whistleblowers are very disappointed by how slow the government has been acting. In the same report, a high-ranking bureaucrat said this was negligence and laziness, purely and simply. That's what this bureaucrat has said about this Liberal government's management. After 8 years of this Liberal government, another proof that they are not worth the cost. Why did the Prime Minister drag his heels in this affair, which does look like the sponsorship scandal at the end of the day? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I can confirm today that the Department is working in close collaboration with the Office of the Auditor General on the question, and this since the very beginning of their work. As I said earlier on, the Minister for Innovation warmly welcomes the Auditor General's decision to move forward with an audit. Mr. Speaker, the Minister will appear before committee and Conservative questions and other parties' questions next week at committee. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, 250,000 businesses are threatened with bankruptcy if the federal government does not defer payment of the emergency account loans without loss of subsidy. If the government thinks it's expensive to help SMEs, it hasn't calculated how much it costs to abandon them. How many businesses will be unable to repay the loan in full? How many recoveries will it have to initiate to get its money back? How many workers will end up on employment insurance? Mr. Speaker, when will the Minister finally realise that it will cost her dearly to bankrupt 250,000 companies? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government understands that small businesses are still trying to get over the pandemic, and that is a reason for which we recently announced a one-year extension for reimbursements, more flexibility for financing, and more time to have access to other loans. This on top of an increase that we have brought to the Canadian childcare benefit, and so that childcare can be only $10 a day, so that more women can enter the labour force. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, that kind of information is disinformation. It's hard to believe that we have to explain to a government that it's not economically viable to cause 250,000 businesses bankruptcies. But we'll soldier on. The government thinks that by being tough on our SMEs, it is helping to fight inflation. Quite the contrary. With bankruptcies, it will create scarcity in the supply of goods and services, and that could be reflected in the prices paid by Canadians. It could therefore increase the cost of living as well as sabotaging our local economies. Why run this risk when the government could simply be more flexible with our SMEs? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think that scaring our SMEs is the right solution. We were there to help them with the emergency fund, with wage subsidies, with rent assistance. It's the federal government that gave 8 out of $10 in all assistance throughout the pandemic. We're here for SMEs, and we are now transitioning towards a more private sector approach. So we invite companies to make the transition. There are still 3 years of flexibility with us and with various program conditions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for the Environment has said that under his watch, he will never grant further exemptions for the carbon tax. He seems to think that only the Atlantic provinces are suffering from carbon taxes, and at the same time, what is the Bloc up to? They want to radically increase Liberal taxes. It's just Conservatives that care for Quebecers. Can the Minister finally get out of the way so that carbon taxes can be cancelled throughout the country? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, there is no federal carbon tax in Quebec. Conservatives have not understood, haven't created a plan to fight climate change and to reduce emissions. They have absolutely no vision on how we could adapt to climate change's effect. This is not only irresponsible, but it's also just a proof of incompetence, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, last week a desperate Prime Minister admitted his punishing carbon tax is making life more expensive for all Canadians. He also said, if re-elected, the NDP Liberal government will quadruple the carbon tax on home heating, gas, and groceries. After 8 years, this Prime Minister is now admitting he's just not worth the cost. Will the Prime Minister stop the gimmicks, stop the temporary measures, stop the bogus claims, and axe the carbon tax for all Canadians for good?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If there was ever any doubt, the Leader of the Conservatives has made it perfectly clear for Canadians. Conservatives have no plan to fight climate change. They want to take Canada backwards on climate action. The Conservatives all ran on a promise in 2021 to price carbon, but when they ditched Erin O'Toole, they ditched any progressive values they once had and the words climate change from their vernacular. Mr. Speaker, their lack of a plan on climate change is risky and irresponsible. They should get with the program and realize that climate change is a real problem in Canada and around the world.
The honourable member from South Shore St. Margaret's.
After 8 years, the panicking Prime Minister is plummeting in the polls, and the nervous Nelly Atlantic Liberal MPs are whining, please help save us. The NDP Liberal government solution? Put the carbon tax up 61 cents after the next election. In other words, vote Liberal to quadruple the carbon tax after the next election, or vote Conservative to axe the tax. This flip-flopping Prime Minister now admits he's not worth the cost. Will the Prime Minister come clean and tell Atlantic Canadians just how much will the carbon tax cost after the next election?
The Honourable Minister.
The Conservative leader's comment about the thunderous rally that was held on the East Coast, and perhaps refer to the gigantic one that was held in my riding. There's a user on Twitter called The Answer Is No, and it's kind of funny. They spread it around. They criticize me quite often, too. But the trick is they ask a question, but the answer is always no. So last week, his question was, did the Conservative leader's gigantic rally draw more people than a Saturday at the St. John's dump? The answer is no. No, Mr. Speaker. It did not. As one Mount Pearl resident noted, there were more people at the Cowan Plaza Bingo. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pélan. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 has demonstrated the importance of pandemic preparedness. Vaccination is one of the most effective tools we have to help protect public health in general from COVID-19 and to prevent severe forms of the disease. Can the Minister for Health inform the House of his visit to the new Moderna plant in Laval and what this means for Canadians? The Honourable Minister for Health. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his excellent question, and thank you for his excellent work. It is clear, Mr. Speaker, that vaccines are responsible for saving millions of lives. Canada had one of the best responses. I had the privilege of visiting the new Moderna plant in Laval last Friday, a site where future vaccines will be manufactured right here in Canada. This is essential. It is essential to produce the next generation of vaccines here in Canada to protect our health and security, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Calgary, Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, the desperation of this NDP Liberal government proves that the Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Liberals admitted that the carbon tax exemption was not granted to Western Canadians because they don't vote Liberal. The Minister for Edmonton Centre and the member for Calgary Skyview are either so ineffective that the Prime Minister just ignores them, or they actually agree that Alberta should pay more to keep the heat on. Will the Prime Minister take the heat off home heating for all Canadians? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for the question. And as he knows, we have the opportunity in Alberta to join the federal government to provide heat pumps for those who need it. But Mr. Speaker, let's look at the facts. What is the MP for Calgary Skyview and the MP for Edmonton Centre happens to be me? What have we done for Albertans? We have worked with this Liberal government to cut child poverty over by half, Mr. Speaker. We've delivered a Canada Child benefit to our ridings. Mr. Speaker, we have implemented $10 a day childcare, and we got a new pipeline to Tidewater, something the people on that side of the aisle could never accomplish, Mr. Speaker. 2 Liberals have done more than 30 MPs in 6 years. They don't like it, we do, and so do Canadians.
The Honourable Member from Yorkton Melville.
Well, this Prime Minister's finally admitting he's not worth the cost. He removed his punitive carbon tax on home heating oil, temporarily relieving the burden on the backs of 3% of Canadians. Over 90% of Saskatchewan households are heated with natural gas. Higher taxes for them because they don't vote Liberal? Well, Saskatchewan cleaned its house in 2019, and now coast to coast to coast, Canadians are calling for a majority, common-sense Conservative government that will axe the tax. How about them apples, Mr. Prime Minister?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said a couple of times, heating oil is up to 4 times as expensive as natural gas. It creates affordability challenges. We've actually put into place measures that will ensure affordability, that families will save up to $2,500 a year going forward, but in a manner that actually addresses the climate crisis. I would say to my honourable member, she also may want to do her homework with respect to programs that are in place that enable the replacement of natural gas-fired furnaces with heat pumps. It's called the Green Buildings Plan. It's called the Green Buildings Loan.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers now know that it costs a lot to vote for the Bloc Québécois. The Bloc Québécois voted for the second carbon tax, and this Liberal government has decided to create 2 classes of Canadians. On the one hand, Atlantic Canadians, and on the others. Quebecers and other Canadians will not be entitled to the temporary rebate on the carbon tax. This Prime Minister says that there will be no other exemptions. This makes no sense. After 8 years, this government has lost control and Canadians are getting poorer. Can the government finally get its act together and cancel this carbon tax across the country now? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm rather surprised by the participation of my colleagues from Quebec on the other side with the Conservatives. Could my colleague ask his colleague for Louis Saint-Laurent why, when he was at the Quebec National Assembly, why he said that he was very satisfied with the carbon pricing system. This is what he said. We are satisfied that there is now a registry for greenhouse gas emissions. We're happy that this information will be published. It shows that we are all united by transparency here in this chamber. A shame, shame on them. Colleagues.
L'honorable député, collègue, à l'ordre.
Order, colleagues. The honourable member for Sudbury.
To the detriment of our economy, the Conservative Party is blocking two vital pieces of legislation that will create sustainable jobs, bring workers to the table, and build important renewable energy projects. First, they blocked workers from speaking at committee, then they cancelled debate in this chamber, and now they are filibustering the Natural Resources Committee to stop consideration of C-50 and C-49. Can the minister from this House inform the House about the importance of the Sustainable Jobs Act and Atlantic Accords Act?
L'honorable ministre.
For her community and for workers across Canada, the Atlantic Accords Act and the Canadian Sustainable Jobs Act are key to unlocking generational economic opportunities for Canada. The Atlantic Accords Act allow for the development of an offshore wind industry that will create thousands of jobs in Atlantic Canada. The Sustainable Jobs Act bring workers to the table and will equip them with the tools and the skills they need to thrive. I call upon the Conservative Party to end their wasteful filibuster and allow committee members to consider these bills. They should heed the call of premiers, of industry, of workers, and of this House to advance C-50 and C-49. They are simply wasting time and the money of taxpayers.
The honourable member from Vancouver, Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP moved a motion at Health Committee to launch an independent public inquiry into Canada's COVID response. Shockingly, the Conservatives joined with the Liberals to defeat this common-sense proposal. New Democrats believe Canadians deserve transparency and accountability on how their government handled every aspect of the pandemic. No stone should be left unturned. Can the Prime Minister explain why his party teamed up with the Conservatives to block this overdue, essential inquiry?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question and his work in this space. As he knows, and as I mentioned earlier in question period, Canada had among the best responses to COVID-19 anywhere in the world. Thanks to vaccines and to other measures, we saved literally hundreds of thousands of lives, something we should be deeply proud of. We are going to be conducting not only a review that the member is talking about, a review, forward-facing review, but there are all kinds of reviews now to take the lessons that we learned during the pandemic and apply them to our entire health system. I want to thank everybody who was on the front lines of keeping us safe. We're going to honor that work by making sure we learn and do everything we can to keep people safe.
L'honorable député de Spadina Fort.
The honourable member for Spadina Fort York.
Speaker, 24 Liberal MPs supposedly represent Toronto. Using the Minister of Rural Development's handbook to get things done, how come none of those 24 MPs stood up for people sleeping on Toronto streets? They were also missing in action to get the government to honor its promise to assist Toronto with our COVID budget shortfall. Mr. Speaker, many Torontonians will struggle to heat and hopefully keep their homes this winter. They'd like a carbon tax deferral too. Mr. Speaker, while the two Liberal MPs from Alberta can hold their regional caucus in a phone booth, can the Prime Minister explain how this Toronto 24 have simply disappeared?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Fails to mention the advocacy of Toronto MPs
that pushed for this government to invest no less than $290 million for the City of Toronto so it could respond to homelessness challenges. And that's exactly what's happening. We will continue to work with that municipality, with other municipalities across the country. This is an unacceptable situation that we find ourselves in, but we have a choice. Do we respond, and how do we respond? We respond with cooperation, Mr. Speaker. We respond by working together, and that's what we'll continue to do.
I wish to mention to members the presence in the gallery of the winners of the Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council of Canada Awards, including the John C. Pauliani Award, the Brockhouse Canada Prize for Interdisciplinary Research in Science and Engineering, the Donna Strickland Prize for Social Services and Engineering Research, the Synergy Awards for Innovation, and the Arthur B. MacDonald Fellowships. Ladies and gentlemen.
Appel au règlement.
A point of order, the Honourable Minister of Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in the House in front of my colleagues to answer a concern which was raised yesterday to an answer that I gave to the Bloc Québécois. Yesterday, I used a certain language that I would not repeat here today, but I understand that the words used may have hurt some, so I would like to take those back and apologize. I thank the Honourable Minister not only for withdrawing his comments, but for his apologies. I think that adds to the decorum of this House. I recognize once again, a second point of order for the same minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to subsection 94(1) of the Immigration Refugee Protection Act, I have the pleasure to table in both official languages the 2023 annual report to Parliament on immigration. Monsieur le Président, conformément.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to subsection 94(1) of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, I have the pleasure to table in both official languages the 2023 annual report to Parliament on immigration for 2023. Another point of order.
The member from Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been in this House for many, many years, and I have always been respectful to the chair and never ever tried to be disrespectful. But today, when I was sitting, it gone beyond my tolerance today when you were not respected. Respect is this: the rule of the House. The rule of the House is that when Speaker is up, every member should sit down. And the leader of the opposition did not follow that. He was so arrogant that time and time again you told him he never sat down, and that's why I said to him to sit down.
I thank the honourable member from Surrey Newton for his intervention. It is important for all members, please, to respect not only the regulations but the traditions of this House. There is certainly an understanding that when the Speaker takes his or her feet, that all members should sit down. I will note that when asked, the members did sit down when I did ask for it. I didn't ask for it for a while, but when asked, the members all did sound, and I do appreciate them following that important tradition of the House. It being 3:30, the honourable member from Lakeland has a point of order.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And certainly I would not be one to raise any issues about decorum or anything, because I think it's fair to suggest that I'm I'm a fairly assertive advocate or proponent on behalf of the people of Lakeland after 8 years in this House of Commons, that I certainly wouldn't want to be hypocritical for my own self on that. But given the importance that you've raised about decorum and how we speak to each other and ensuring that the temperature can remain low as we do our duty on behalf of Canadians in this place of democracy for the common people, I would just note that during a question period, the member for Ajax did quite directly challenge whether or not our leader and Conservatives care about Canada and whether or not we're patriots and whether or not we truly care about this country, about the future of this country, and ultimately for all constituents. I can say on my own behalf and certainly on behalf of the leader, I hope, and I hope he'll forgive me afterwards about this because I didn't ask for permission in advance, but also I can say on behalf of every single member of Parliament in the Conservative Party, and I would like to assume in every other party, that we care deeply about this country. We care deeply about Canadians, and so I just wanted to raise that for your consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would like to thank the honourable member from Lakeland for bringing up that issue of decorum. I'd also like to cut the member from Lakeland a little bit of slack. All members from time to time can be very passionate about their debates, and so we do know that from time to time there will be interventions which are made. And I made it clear in the statement about decorum, which I'm glad that the member supports, and I'm glad listening from the applause from members in this House that all members do support improving decorum in this place and following the guidelines which has been set out from the chair. I would like to, I will certainly take a look at that issue. I was a little preoccupied in the chair today, trying to making sure that all members were keeping acting in a decorous manner. So if I had missed that, I certainly will. But raising the issue about any honourable members' commitment to their ridings, to their region, to their country, is one which we should all avoid from questioning. Every member here has taken the steps to represent their communities, and they do so, I believe, with honour. We need to make sure that we never question that, as we should also make sure that we don't question members, as I had indicated, about their courage, about their presence or not in the House, and so on. I encourage all members to please refer back to the statement which I made 2 weeks ago today. So I thank the member from Lakeland for that. I thank the members who supported her and applauded her for making that intervention. And I would truly hope that for the rest of the day and going forward, that we will all try to avoid, I think, what had happened here today during oral questions. Thanking all honourable members for that. It being comme il est 15 heures.
It being 3:35, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Ms. Normandin relating to the business of supply. Call in the members. The question is as follows. Ms. Normandin, seconded by Mr. Garon, moved that the House call on the government to review its immigration targets starting in 2024 after consultation with Quebec, the provinces and territories based on their integration capacity, particularly in terms of housing, health care, education, French language training, and transportation infrastructure, all with a view to successful immigration. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Blanchet. Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Monsieur Terrien. Monsieur Terrien. Madame Normandin. Madame Normandin. Monsieur Simard. Monsieur Simard. Monsieur Bergeron. Monsieur Bergeron. Monsieur Garon. Monsieur Garon. Madame Gill. Madame Gill. Madame de Bellefeuille. Madame de Bellefeuille. Madame Michaud. Madame Michaud. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Villemur. Monsieur Villemur. Monsieur Thériault. Monsieur Thériault. Madame Godreau. Madame Godreau. Madame Larouche. Madame Larouche. Monsieur Perron. Monsieur Perron. Monsieur Barcelou-Duval. Monsieur Barcelou-Duval. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Plamondon. Madame Vignola. Madame Vignola. Monsieur Savard-Tremblay. Monsieur Savard-Tremblay. Madame Posé. Madame Posé. Monsieur Champoux. Monsieur Champoux. Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Beaulieu. Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés. Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés. Madame Chabot. Madame Chabot. Monsieur Trudel. Monsieur Trudel. Madame Desbiens. Madame Desbiens. Madame Bérubé. Madame Bérubé. Monsieur Désilet. Monsieur Désilet. Miss Gould. Miss Gould. Monsieur Rodriguez. Monsieur Rodriguez. Mr. Verani. Mr. Verani. Miss Sachs. Miss Sachs. Miss Bennett. Miss Bennett. Miss Chager. Miss Chager. Miss Murray. Miss Murray. Mr. McKay. Mr. McKay. Miss Scrow. Miss Scrow. Mr. McGinty. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Scarpalegia. Mr. Scarpalegia. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey. Madame Le Boutillier. Madame Le Boutillier. Miss Jazik. Miss Jazik. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Garrettson. Mr. Garrettson. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. Lamoureux. Miss Sahota. Miss Sahota. Madame Bendayan. Madame Bendayan. Mr. Fragiscatos. Mr. Fragiscatos. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Bruson. Mr. Bruson. Mr. Vancouverden. Mr. Vancouverden. Mr. Kuzmarchuk. Mr. Kuzmarchuk. Mr. Assassi. Mr. Assassi. Monsieur El Khoury. Monsieur El Khoury. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Maloney. Ms. Vandenbelt. Ms. Vandenbelt. Monsieur Serré. Monsieur Serré. Madame Koutrakis. Madame Koutrakis. Madame Brière. Madame Brière. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. Long. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Mr. Longfield. Mr. McDonald Avalon. Mr. McDonald Avalon. Mr. Morrissey. Mr. Morrissey. Mr. Chang. Mr. Chang. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers. Miss Yip. Ms. Yip. Mr. Baker. Mr. Baker. Miss Latanzio. Ms. Latanzio. Mr. Van Bynen. Mr. Van Bynen. Miss Bradford. Miss Bradford. Mr. Koto. Mr. Koto. Mr. Gahir. Mr. Gahir. Madame Lapointe. Madame Lapointe. Mr. McDonald Malpeck. Mr. McDonald Malpeck. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Perkins. Mr. Perkins. Monsieur Deltel. Monsieur Deltel. Mrs. Stubbs. Mrs. Stubbs. Monsieur Paulus. Monsieur Paulus. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Barrett. Mrs. Gray. Mrs. Gray. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Baldinelli. Mr. Baldinelli. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Hoback. Mr. Hoback. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Berthold. Mr. Berthold. Miss Finley. Miss Finley. Mr. Chong. Mr. Chong. Mr. Albutaev. Mr. Albutaev. Mrs. Kuzi. Mrs. Kuzi. Mr. Seaback. Mr. Seaback. Miss Ferrari. Miss Ferrari. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Monsieur Brassard. Monsieur Brassard. Mr. Brock. Mr. Brock. Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Lawrence. Monsieur Godin. Monsieur Godin. Madame Vien. Madame Vien. Mrs. Roberts. Mrs. Roberts. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams. Mr. Malillo. Mr. Malillo. Mr. Tucker. Mr. Tucker. Mr. Chambers. Mr. Chambers. Mrs. Cramp-Nyman. Mrs. Cramp-Nyman. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Patzer. Mr. Patzer. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Muse. Mr. Muse. Mr. Van Popta. Mr. Van Popta. Mr. Steinley. Mr. Steinley. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Calkins. Miss Rude. Ms. Rude. Monsieur Lou. Monsieur Lou. Monsieur Généreux. Monsieur Généreux. Mr. Genereux. Mr. Genereux. Mr. Morant. Mr. Morant. Mr. Mazer. Mr. Mazer. Monsieur Martel. Monsieur Martel. Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Tolney.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Khanna.
Mr. Khanna.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Je désire informer la
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If a member was unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair shall recognize them.
Okay, Madame
Valdez?
In favor, Mr. Speaker.
Anyone else that had technical difficulties? Seeing none.
Compile the results of the votes.
Nays pour 323, 323. Nays contre 0. Aucun.
I declare the motion carried.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill S-205 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Ms. Dancho, seconded by Ms. Ferreri, moves that Bill S-205, an act to amend the criminal code and to make consequential amendments to another act in term release and domestic violence recognizance orders, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Status of Women. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. In the sixth row.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Khanna.
Mr. Khanna.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
In the fifth row.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Thank you, Roger.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Quatrième rangée.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Miss Rood.
Ms. Rood.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Miss Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
In the third row.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. William.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Van Bynen. Correction. Miss Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. John.
Mr. John.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
In the second row to my left.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Miss Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Miss Ferrari.
Ms. Ferreri.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
In the first row, Jamie.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Miss Lanceman.
Ms. Lanceman.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Thérien.
Monsieur Thérien.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. In the sixth row,
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Mr. Kodo.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Miss Latenzio.
Ms. Latenzio.
quatrième rangée.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Ms. Vandenbel.
Ms. Vandenbel.
Monsieur Serry.
Monsieur Seri.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Those in the third row,
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Fredricatos.
Mr. Fregiscatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Miss De Brusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
those in the second row to my right.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Miss Scroll.
Miss Scrow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Première rangée,
Mr. Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Miss Gould.
Miss Gould.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Miss Chager.
Miss Chager.
Miss Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
all those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. In the sixth row, fifth row, fourth row, troisième rangée, deuxième rangée, première rangée. All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. In the sixth row, fifth row, fourth row, troisième rangée, deuxième rangée, première rangée. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Madame Valdez.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mrs. Valdez, yay, pour.
I'm just looking to see if there's anybody else. L'honorable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent. Attends une minute. L'honorable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
Honourable member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, I had an issue with my iPhone. So, I vote in favor.
Consentement.
There is no need to request consent. You are able to vote.
Deltel, yay, pour.
Anybody else? Quelqu'un d'autre? All right. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 322, 322. Nays contre 1.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on the Status of Women. Je désire informer la Chambre qu'en raison des...
I wish to inform the House that due to deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 25 minutes.
Daily routine of business, affaire courante ordinaire, tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to the 11 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bill.
Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
And presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Finance entitled Merger of Royal Bank of Canada and HSBC Bank Canada. Presenting reports from committees,
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 15th report of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities, entitled Building a More Climate-Resilient Canada. Government response is requested pursuant to Standing Order 109.
Si vous me permettez, Monsieur.
And, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank our clerk, the analysts, the interpreters, and also committee members for their exceptional work. Always exceptional work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Supplementary opinion from the Conservative Caucus, the Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to table a supplemental report on behalf of my Conservative colleagues on the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities, and I echo the committee chair and express our gratitude to the witnesses, staff, analysts, and clerk. While we support several recommendations of the report, we believe it's vital to highlight key concerns. That includes the widening infrastructure gap, largely due to liberal bureaucracy and its failures, which is a pressing issue. Layering more red tape on this will not help fix that as well. With the housing affordability crisis, we need to prioritize affordable, energy-efficient homes. More bureaucracy contained in the recommendations in this report is not the answer. Common sense Conservatives want to see results, more keys indoors, building homes, not bureaucracy. More details on this and other recommendations of supplementary report are included. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de rapport des comités.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of presenting in both official languages the 51st report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
92.3a. The committee reports that it has concurred in the first report of the Subcommittee on Private Members' Business advising Bill C-339, an act to amend the Competition Act, should be designated non-votable. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, under presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today pursuant to Standing Order 107.3. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 7th report of the Liaison Committee entitled Committee Activities and Expenditures, April 1st, 2023 to August 31st, 2023. This report highlights the work and accomplishments of each committee, as well as detailing the budgets that fund the activities approved by committee members. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
And thank you for that as well. Also under presenting reports on committees. Good. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Baker, seconded by Ms. DeBrusen, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish Albanian Heritage Month. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce a bill entitled the Albanian Heritage Month Act, and the bill, if passed, would designate the month of November every year as Albanian Heritage Month across Canada. I'd like to thank the member for Toronto Danforth for seconding this bill, and I hope all members of the House will support it. Canada is home to many Canadians of Albanian heritage. Their contributions span coast to coast to coast, our economic, our cultural, our social life, and much more. And this bill, if passed, would give us another opportunity to celebrate Albanian Heritage Month. It would give us a chance to celebrate those contributions, and it would give Albanian Canadians and all Canadians another chance to say, Jam krenar, që jam shqiptar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Again, Mr. Baker, seconded by Ms. DeBrusen, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Shall this bill be read a second time at the next sitting of the House? The first reading of Senate public bills, or première lecture du projet de loi intérêt public émanant du Sénat. Motions. Mr. Genius, seconded by Mrs. Wagenthal, moves that the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, presented on Tuesday, February 14, 2023, be concurred in. Debate. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with my great colleague from Yorkton, Melville. This is an important report from the Foreign Affairs Committee, which focuses on many actions that are required from Canada in terms of continuing but strengthening our support for the people of Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, this week at the Subcommittee on International Human Rights, we had harrowing testimony about how, as part of their illegal genocidal invasion of Ukraine, Russia is using child abduction. That children are being abducted from Ukraine, brought to Russia, and this is part of the genocidal campaign of the Putin regime. Harrowing testimony, and we'll be hearing directly from victims at next Tuesday's hearings. This underlines how critical it is that we stand with Ukraine, that we fight for freedom, that we stand for truth and justice. In particular, from yesterday's testimony, the point was made about Ukraine's territorial integrity. The territorial integrity is not simply or primarily a matter of land. It is a matter of people. That when Russia takes over or tries to take over territory, it is not just stealing land. Russia, the Russian regime, is involved in a campaign of stealing people, of forcing people into their authoritarian orbit, of a campaign of sexual violence, and of stealing children from their families. So when Ukraine fights for territorial integrity, when it demands respect for territorial integrity, this is not just or primarily a matter of land, it is a matter of people, preventing the Putin regime from stealing people. Mr. Speaker, this report, a unanimous report from the Foreign Affairs Committee, which we are seeking to concur in today, has many different recommendations, all of which are important, many of which speak to justice, to bringing the aggressor to justice, to steps Canada can take, including, for instance, supporting the Special Tribunal for the Crime of Aggression. Recommendation 4 speaks of expelling diplomats, some creative ways of getting information to the Russian people, such as supporting free and open internet in Russia through the use of technology such as virtual private networks. Many recommendations which are valuable and I think would be relatively uncontroversial in this House. I wanted to focus in my remarks on two recommendations, that is Recommendation 12 and Recommendation 15. Recommendation 12 of this report says the Government of Canada not grant a sanctions waiver to Siemens Energy Canada Limited for Nord Stream 1 pipeline turbines as long as sanctions remain in effect. This was an important recommendation because last summer, instead of working to bring Canadian energy to Europe, to displace Russian oil and gas exports, instead of trying to use Canadian energy as a tool to reduce European dependence on Russia, this government was granting a permit to an exception to sanctions to allow the export of turbines to facilitate Russian energy exports to Europe. Rather than helping to create jobs in Canada and support energy export from Canada to Europe, this government was more interested in allowing turbines that would facilitate the export of energy from Russia to Europe. And Russian energy exports have been critical for the Putin regime as they try to maintain their war. It's fueling the violence we're seeing, their selling of energy. And I think the area where this government has been the weakest when it comes to supporting our allies in their fight against the Putin regime is not understanding the importance of energy security and not understanding the crucial role that Canada could play. And it's a win-win-win, Mr. Speaker. Exporting our energy, developing our energy sector, and supporting the rapid export of those energy resources to Europe. It's good for European security and it's good for our economy. But so often we talk about energy as an economic issue only. It's an economic issue, but it's also a global security issue, because most of the world's democracies are geographically small, densely populated nations that rely on energy imports. And as long as those nations are buying gas from Russia, they are sending back money which is being used as part of this horrific campaign of genocidal violence against Ukraine. So Canada, as a geographically large, sparsely populated country, rich in natural resources, we have a unique and special role to play if we develop our energy sector and we export that energy, displacing that dependence. Instead, last summer, instead of thinking about this economic opportunity and security imperative, this government was granting a turbine to facilitate continuing exports of gas from Russia through Nord Stream 1 pipeline. This was a massive betrayal of our allies in Ukraine. And we had the ambassador from Ukraine before the Foreign Affairs Committee that was very clear about the fact that this was not at all what the Ukrainian government wanted. The Ukrainian government recognized the vital importance of allies standing united in imposing those sanctions, and this government failed. That's recommendation 12, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's important that the House concur in that recommendation as a sign of support for Ukraine. And to be clear, that never again should we allow the kind of weakening of sanctions that we saw last fall. Eventually, finally, after months, the government pulled back on that permit after sustained opposition pressure, but frankly, it sent a very negative and counterproductive message at the time. Finally, I want to speak about Recommendation 15. Recommendation 15 calls on the Government of Canada to list the Wagner Group, a Russian mercenary organization, as a terrorist group under the Criminal Code. And this would be a critical step. The Wagner Group is responsible for horrific violence in Ukraine, but also for violence in other parts of the world. The Wagner Group is an organization, notionally private military organization with close affiliation with the Russian government. Historically, of course, there have been some structural changes since the abortive coup that we saw, and some further developments since this report was tabled, although it still, I think, makes good sense to list the Wagner Group as a terrorist organization as per this recommendation, as well as to look for the ways in which the sort of institutional architecture of this oppression evolves or shifts as the Russian government kind of responds to the abortive coup that took place. But the call for the listing of the Wagner Group as a terrorist organization, it's important in terms of delivering justice for the people of Ukraine and holding these violent terrorists accountable. It's also important for people of many other countries. There are many countries in Africa where the Wagner Group has been operating, has been in effect stealing from the people of those countries, and has been responsible for absolutely brutal campaigns of violence within those countries. We see the increasing deployment and use of the Wagner Group in particular in Africa, responsible for so much death and destruction, and a kind of neo-colonial policy of the Russian government, trying to subject African countries and to deploy this violence against vulnerable people. This Liberal government has refused calls to list the Wagner Group as a terrorist organization. There was a unanimous consent motion in the House calling for that listing. There was this recommendation of the Foreign Affairs Committee, unanimous recommendation at the level of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I believe, calling for the listing of Wagner as a terrorist organization. This is another way where we need to see this Liberal government step up in terms of its support for Ukraine. So many different positive recommendations here in terms of bringing the Putin regime to justice, in terms of providing military and humanitarian support for Ukraine. All recommendations that Conservatives support. We strongly support the actions that are required, quickly delivering the support necessary to the people of Ukraine. And again, I want to particularly highlight these two recommendations where the government has been, unfortunately, currently missing in action. Number 12 on energy security. If Canada is going to support Ukraine effectively, we must attend to the energy security dimension of this conflict. We must attend to the reality that the Russian regime relies on energy exports in order to fund this aggressive war. And Canada can provide an alternative for countries that have in the past been dependent on Russia. We must attend to the energy security dimension, and we must recognize the terrorist groups like the Wagner Group that the Russian regime is using for violence in Ukraine, for violence at home, and indeed for violence around the world. Concurring in this 10th report, including recognizing the importance of those particular recommendations, would go a long way, and we're proud to propose that the House take these steps today to make these important acts of recognition. Thank you.
Before we go to questions and comments, I see their hands up for a point of order from the honourable member from Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I asked the House for unanimous consent. I made an error in my vote on S205. I wish to vote yay, and I asked for unanimous consent from this House to have that change. It's an important bill, and I made an error, and I missed the call at the end, so hopefully you can grant me this consent.
Is it agreed to allow the member to change his vote on the last vote? It's agreed. The vote will be changed accordingly. Thank you, honourable member. Okay, questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure you would agree with me that there's a certain level of hypocrisy that we're witnessing today, Mr. Speaker. On the one hand, we have a Conservative Party that likes to pretend that they're supporting what's taking place and Canada's position with the Allied forces against what Russia is doing in Ukraine. And today we were actually supposed to be debating Bill C-57. It is a direct, Mr. Speaker, not indirect. It plays a direct role in terms of Canada-Ukraine relations and what's taking place in Europe today. Instead of debating that bill, not only for the first time, but now at least for the second time, the Conservatives are preventing that bill not only from being debated, but preventing it from being passed going into committee. The question I have for the member is, his colleague, the member from Cumberland Colchester, says that Bill 57, the Canada-Ukraine trade deal, is woke. He says that Canada is taking advantage of Ukraine at a time of war by bringing in Bill C-57. Is that the reason why the Conservative Party continues to play the game and preventing the debate on Bill C-57 and that bill going to committee?
Good question.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's clear that this member does not want to talk about listing the Wagner Group as a terrorist organization. It's clear this member does not want to talk about the important work that needs to be done around supporting European energy security. I can tell you that our party strongly supports free trade, and we want to have strength in trade in terms of energy. We believe that there is an urgent need for Canada to do more to engage in energy partnerships and cooperation with other countries. Now, I think it's also clear that this government's priorities when it comes to international engagement have not actually been on leveraging the opportunity and the importance of energy security. They like to say the word trade, but they don't actually believe in the opportunities that come with trade in natural gas and other commodities that Canada is blessed with and has an opportunity to use to advance global security. So our party stands with Ukraine. We stand on the side of strong free trade that recognizes the opportunities and the benefits to all countries. And I think energy security is a key part of that this government is missing, and that's why this report is so important.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this is a report that was important. I obviously would have liked to have spoken to Bill C-57, but this report is important, and I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on Recommendation 6. The prairies in Western Canada have long been considered to be the breadbasket of Canada, the place where we have a good supply of wheat and other cereals and grains. And Ukraine has now taken on that role for the world. So what are the consequences of the war on the world's food supply, and how could Recommendation 6 help us avoid problems with food around the world? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, this is an excellent question. Ukraine is critical for global food security, and we've seen the implications of this conflict, this brutal invasion of Ukraine, in that it's now been much more challenging for Ukrainian farmers who grow food, of course, for themselves and their own communities, but also food for exports. And there are many countries in Africa, for example, that are very much reliant on imports of food from Ukraine. So there's this important area that Recommendation 6 deals with in terms of Government of Canada strengthening global food security and recognizing the role that Ukraine plays, joining with efforts to support the Black Sea Grain Initiative. Russia has continued to play games in this area to make it more difficult to continue to export grain. And of course, the circumstances of the war have created great challenges for Ukrainian farmers. It underlines, I think, just the importance of this conflict, the fact that the negative implications of this are not just limited to Ukraine, but are in fact global in their reach, and how we need to act urgently to support the people of Ukraine in their struggle to restore territorial integrity and to have a strong victory as soon as possible.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, we've heard from the member about the many important things in report number 10, and I don't disagree with him about the importance of the report. But given that it was adopted unanimously in the committee, and now that we've had the attention of the House brought to those important recommendations, wouldn't the honourable member agree that if we simply had no more people rising to speak on this, we could pass and deal with this report and move on to other equally important business of the House?
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was a unanimous report, but I will draw the attention of the member respectfully to the government response, which does not concur with all of the recommendations. In particular, the government did not concur with the 15th recommendation. I believe it was actually a member of his party that put forward the unanimous consent motion to recognize the Wagner Group as a terrorist organization. Certainly, Conservatives had been and continue to call for the listing of the Wagner Group as a terrorist organization as well, and we've seen no action from the government. They haven't listed the IRGC despite the will of the House. They haven't listed the Wagner Group despite the will of the House. This government has been soft on and reluctant to recognize terrorist organizations as terrorist organizations. And I think in support of the people of Ukraine, also recognizing the many victims of Wagner in Africa and other parts of the world, it's important that we talk about and take action on Recommendation 15.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you so much to my colleagues, and thank you, Speaker, for this opportunity to speak to this report, 10th report on Ukraine. I am of Ukrainian heritage. My mom, her parents came here after World War I and began a whole new life here in Canada. And because of that, it has a special place in my heart, although growing up I knew very little about it because of some of the challenges that my grandparents faced in coming over and having experienced war. And of course, when I would talk to her about Ukraine, she knew actually very little about the history other than that the borders changed a lot and she wasn't exactly sure where she had come from. So Ukraine has faced a lot of challenges throughout its history. And I'm proud of the fact that Canada recognized Ukraine was one of the first places to recognize, well, the first, I believe, to recognize Ukrainian independence. So I also had the opportunity to visit Ukraine as a brand new member of Parliament. And, you know, we sometimes hear, well, you know, why should members of Parliament even do this? Is this a waste of time? And I can tell you from my personal experience, it has enriched me greatly in my ability to do my work in this place. And I was able to go after the war had started on their border with Russia earlier on, and it was overwhelming to have the opportunity in Kyiv to go to the hospital and to see those injured soldiers and the conditions under which they were trying to take care of these soldiers. And at that time, 20 Canadian surgeons were there. We didn't get a chance to see them or to interact because they were very busy. First of all, doing surgeries, and secondly, working on actually a textbook for the hospital because they had not experienced these types of injuries in a long time and did not have the capacity to do the surgeries that they needed to do. And Canadians were there on the ground in that hospital helping out. And as well, my own communities played a part in making sure that there were new ambulances provided to Ukraine. So our relationship with Ukraine is significant, and I'm very grateful for my heritage and for the fact that the previous Ambassador Andrei Shevchenko came to my riding to visit with the huge Ukrainian community that I have there. And they talk so appreciatively of Canada's support for them in the past. And I can't help but boast about the fact that here in Canada, the Ukrainian community is committed to their lives here in Canada, as was the case with my mom and dad. But in the midst of all of that, they have done such an amazing job of maintaining their culture and their heritage, their appreciation of their language and dance and food and dress and special occasions, that it has impacted my life. So I just want to mention a shout out to the wonderful Ukrainian community in my riding of Yorkton Melville and our opportunity to work together with them in light of the circumstances that are going on with this horrific war in Ukraine at this time, due to an invasion by Russia that has been absolutely horrific, and yet they stand tall and continue to work. I know of veterans being involved on Veterans Affairs who have made the personal decision to go over and to help train and provide resources to the Ukrainian army in these circumstances. And they find it an incredible privilege to be able to go over and do that on their own effort. And I have had circumstances in my riding where 2 individuals did pass away while there. As a new member as well, when I would speak with and be part of a delegation that would welcome Ukrainian dignitaries, we were asked over and over again, this was in early 2016, why the government had removed our satellite surveillance system that was available to them that showed that borderline along Russia, so that they could know for sure and be able to show the world what was happening on the ground. And for some reason, this government took that away and would not reinstate it. And to this day, I do not understand the rationale for why they had chosen to do that. And even now, the reality is, in so many of these wars, the people on the ground suffer regardless of which side of that border they're on. So I do want to show the fact that in my heart and mind, of course, there is sympathy for the people who are being basically their lives ruined on the ground in their own countries or in serving their governments. But in this case, there is no question that Ukraine needs and deserves any help that we can give them. And so I appreciate the work that was done on this concurrence report and the recommendations that are here. And I'll just mention very briefly the one that is close and dear to my heart that I know the government has responded to, but again, when I read their response, it's somewhat vague in the true level of support that we should be giving. And that's in regard to recommendation 13. And I'll just read it, that the Government of Canada adopt as a policy goal the enhancement of the energy security of Canada's democratic allies while fully complying with Canada's domestic and international obligations related to climate change. And you know, on a political level, constantly in this House, accusations are made that on this side of the floor, the importance of balancing our economic growth and our economic resources with protecting our environment is constantly belittled and not reflected truthfully in regard to our perspectives on the importance of our environment. And I sometimes feel that the response of this government is to blame Canadians beyond what that blame is deserving. because of all the countries in the world that can be helping Ukraine in the circumstances they find themselves in, where Russia has been their source, let's say, of oil and gas, they are not there. And the reason that they're not there is because they are choosing to negatively impact the best oil and gas in the world that could have been available in the way that this country needed it, that Germany needed it. This idea of no business case goes beyond the pale, because there definitely is a business case, especially when we're talking about global energy security and sustainable energy, good, clean energy, rather than what Russia is doing. Geopolitical stability would have been happening sooner and far better and far less lives lost if we had acted the way that we know Canadians can act to make something happen in a case where it's needed. And so, of course, diversification of energy resources as well. Canada is on the cutting edge and has been for a long time. 75% of the research going on in regard to alternative energy sources has been done by our oil and gas industries, and they are exemplary in the world, and we should be proud of them. And instead, what we're doing is causing economic lack of benefit for Canadians in the name of environmental responsibilities, which is talking points and messaging that is not accurate and causing a great deal of angst in our country, and as a result, too, in Ukraine specifically in this point of time. So the economic benefits are great. The opportunity for global security is great if we were to actually move ahead in the way that I know that on this side of the floor we see the ability of Canada to do. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her intervention today. I could tell a certain sense of understanding of the issue and the indeed the support felt by Ukraine, felt for Ukraine. My question is, you know, the timing of this particular concurrence motion. I can't help but wonder, you know, what's going on here? You know, last time we debated this issue, the member from Cumberland Colchester got up and said, we're taking advantage of Ukraine, got up and said, this legislation that we were supposed to debate today regarding that free trade agreement with Ukraine is woke, quote unquote.
Amazing.
And since then, we haven't been able to debate this because every time we bring it forward and put it on the calendar, on the order paper for debate, Conservatives move concurrence. So I genuinely believe that she supports Ukraine. But can she tell me if that support is felt throughout the Conservative Party? And if not, is that one of the reasons why Conservatives are preventing us from moving forward the legislation on free trade with Ukraine?
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Well, I thank the member for his kind words towards me, and you're definitely right. This is an issue that is extremely important to me. That was remarkable. That being said, sorry, that was a bit of a jab back in the midst of a compliment. But I can assure the member that Canadians on this side of the floor serving in this House 100% support Ukraine. It was under our government that we recognized them as a nation when they separated from Russia. And I can tell you that if you look around Canada, there are Ukrainians everywhere. But notice how many of them have settled and are committed to Saskatchewan and Alberta. And that should tell you right there, on the basis of where they choose to live, how much we value them as Canadians.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The one for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the member. Her and I share a committee working for veterans together, and I enjoy working with her. I do wish that we were actually debating the Ukraine trade agreement, because I know that's what we were hoping to. But I have looked at the recommendations of this particular report. And right now, Mr. Speaker, we're doing a very important study about women veterans. And I see recommendation number 2 talks about having having the Government of Canada work with Ukraine and other international partners in support of the documentation, investigation, and prosecution of sexual and gender-based violence committed during Russia's war against Ukraine and provide support to survivors. And I know that all too often in war, women and children are often targeted very specifically. And I'm wondering if she agrees with this and how Canada can better support this moving forward.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you so much to my colleague with the NDP. I do love our veterans file, as I know that she does as well. I have to say something that I find so incomprehensible is the way that violence against women and children is used as a weapon of war. It's very war of all kinds. And I know that this is something that is taking place and is very disconcerting. And just from the study that we've been doing on women veterans in our own country, there's a lot there that I have to say we need to work with our international partners, but we need to get our act together here at home as well. Thank you.
Time for a quick question and answer. The
Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very quickly, recommendation 15 asks that Wagner Group be recognized as a terrorist organization. Most people, and this question is really a question of information for people who are listening in, because most people believe a rumor that Wagner wanted to attack its own government, the Russian government, to end the war and have it end more quickly, and that the government got rid of the Wagner Group's leader for that reason. So people might not understand why a group that they think wants to attack the Russians would be considered to be a terrorist organization. Well, I know it, but I think people need to better understand that reason. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
I thank the member for that question. It's not something that I have a lot of background on, but I know that this organization is to hire and that they're there to do the bidding of whomever pays them the money. And they're terrorists, and they should be dealt with accordingly.
Order. It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions we raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's a pleasure to be able to stand and talk about Canada, Ukraine, and the illegal invasion of Ukraine by Russia, Mr. Speaker. And before I really get underway, I want to emphasize just how encouraging it has been, in one sense, that we have seen a very much Team Canada approach in dealing with what's taking place in Europe, Mr. Speaker. Whether it's organizations such as the Canadian-Ukrainian Congress, to the different political entities inside the House, to all the different stakeholders, provincial governments, municipal governments, where they've expressed nothing but love and care for Ukraine, and we have seen phenomenal solidarity towards Ukraine. When we take a look at the report that was brought forward today, I would like to quote the response to the report that was provided to the Minister, if I may, Mr. Speaker. In the opening letter, on behalf of the Government of Canada, I thank the members of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development for their multi-partisan support for Ukraine, which is crucial to Canada's ability to be steadfast ally of Ukraine and remaining so actively engaged on this critical area of Canadian foreign policy. This issue is above politics. It's about defending democracy and defending the right and freedom and sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, this is a letter from the Minister to the committee members where there's recommendations, 15 recommendations, all of which are well detailed. It's a public document. Anyone that's following this debate, Mr. Speaker, can get a complete copy of the response to those recommendations. Now, the study in itself is still not complete. As I am speaking right now, there is the Foreign Affairs Committee that's continuing to have that dialogue, Mr. Speaker. I want to break my comments into two areas. One is in regards to the report, and I just made reference to the report, and I'm going to be splitting my time, by the way, with the Deputy House Leader, I must say, and the contents of the report and the way in which the committee has worked together. And I applaud that, Mr. Speaker. But there is no reason whatsoever for us to be debating that report today. What we should be debating, Mr. Speaker, is Bill C-57. That is the Canada-Ukraine trade deal. This report is still being studied in Foreign Affairs Committee. The purpose of the Conservatives bringing forward this motion today has more to do about playing a game on the floor of the House of Commons than it does about the critical issue of what's taking place in Ukraine today. And that saddens me, Mr. Speaker, because by doing this, they are politically getting engaged or intervening in regards to what we could be debating today, that being Bill C-57. Back in September, President Zelensky visits Canada. At a time of war, the President of Ukraine comes to Canada to meet with parliamentarians of all political stripes, signs a trade agreement, Mr. Speaker, with the Prime Minister of Canada. We now have an agreement, and that agreement means so much more than just economic ties. We recognize the true value of this trade agreement goes far beyond just economics. It's a very powerful statement. It says to Europe and the world that Ukraine is a sovereign nation that will have trade around the world. What we are talking about, or what we should have been talking about this afternoon, is how this unique trade agreement is going to enable Ukraine and Canada to build upon a very special, friendly relationship that we've had for decades, Mr. Speaker. 1.3 million people of Ukrainian heritage plus. That was before the displacements were taking place from Ukraine, Mr. Speaker. People of heritage in Canada, many of which in the prairies, but all throughout Canada. They're very much interested in the debate, whether it's the debate on this committee that's taking place in the Standing Committee of Foreign Affairs, but there's also a great level of interest in whether or not we're going to be able to get Bill C-57 passed before Christmas, Mr. Speaker, in all areas. Canada is in a great position to be able to send a strong message, a message of leadership to the world in a relationship with Ukraine by passing this legislation. Sadly, today is not the first time in which we have witnessed the Conservative Party of Canada filibuster this legislation. And it's upsetting, Mr. Speaker. It's upsetting because I see firsthand, as Canadians see firsthand, what is taking place in Europe, and the expectations of us passing this legislation, I believe, is very high, and it is the right thing to do. The Conservative Party, if they want to be able to turn an issue that should be nonpartisan. I would suggest to them, Mr. Speaker, that when it comes time for us to actually have that debate, if they will allow that debate, the government should not have to bring in time allocation for it. I would suggest to you at this stage, if the Conservatives want to show goodwill, they would agree unanimously at this point to see Bill C-57 at the very least go to the committee stage, Mr. Speaker. They should reflect on their behavior and what it is that they're doing. I made reference in a question I asked about the member from Cumberland and Colchester, and my colleague, the Deputy House Leader, made reference to it also. When you get the last Conservative Speaker, or one of the last Conservative Speaker to speak on the Ukraine trade deal, we haven't been able to because the Conservatives continue to filibuster it, was the member from Cumberland and Colchester. And imagine what he said in his speech. Well, the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement is woke, that the C-57 was woke, that Canada is taking advantage of Ukraine by having a trade agreement while Ukraine's at war. Mr. Speaker, that is the aspect that concerns me greatly. I don't know where the Conservative Party really is on the issue because we have raised it before and they're not providing comment. The Conservative Party in the past would say we support the concept and principles of free trade. No government in the history of Canada has signed off on more free trade agreements than this government. We have the expertise. It is a good trade agreement not only for Canada but also for Ukraine. Why is the Conservative Party not allowing for this legislation to move forward? If they don't support the legislation, well then it's fully understandable. But if they support the legislation and they want to get behind the trade agreement, why not allow it to pass? Allow it to be debated, Mr. Speaker. In a minute, I'm going to be sitting down and there's going to be a question from the Conservative Party, I trust. You never know. Maybe in that question they can explain why it is that they do not support that bill being debated, or at the very least, will they consider allowing that unanimous consent to see that bill go to committee so we have an attempt to try to get it passing through the entire system, including the Senate, before Christmas, Mr. Speaker. If we all want to get behind what's taking place in Europe and Ukraine today and continue to be partisan on it, Mr. Speaker, I think that is the right thing to do. I'll leave my comments at that, Mr. Speaker, because you give me my time signal.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to say that there's many reasons here to be debating this concurrence motion. We've got a government here that was very slow to act in regards to helping any of our allies when the war first broke out in Ukraine. On the Natural Resources Committee, I even suggested that we get liquid natural gas and our oil products to our allies much quicker than even the minister when he went to Paris to the accord at that particular time. They came out early and said, no, we can't do that. And then they changed their minds like they've done on so many of these natural resource issues, particularly of late with the carbon tax issue in the Maritimes here as well. Mr. Speaker, there's some situations in this with the recommendations in this report, and the Wagner Group is just one of them. And I'm wondering why this government is so hesitant in recognizing them as a terrorist organization.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the detailed explanation on all of the recommendations is actually addressed in a letter. It's a false argument to say that we needed to be able to debate something in which everyone was supporting. It's being used as a tool, this particular report, in order to prevent debate on the free trade agreement with Ukraine. That's what this report. The committee is meeting today and they're continuing the discussions, Mr. Speaker. It's a false argument. If the Conservatives want to continue to have a debate on whatever issue, this more in terms of the House, they have a debate tomorrow on Opposition Day. They can use the entire day to debate it. But that's not the purpose. They're doing this, Mr. Speaker, to prevent the debate on Bill C-57. The honorable thing to do is to agree that this Bill C-57 will pass, and hopefully unanimously before the end of this week, so that we can get it to committee and have it a chance to pass before Christmas, the entire system. That's the best thing that we could do for Ukraine and Canada's relationship in making a powerful statement to the world.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to be speaking to Bill C-57 this afternoon, of course. That being said, it seems that the supposed or real problem, it's not my place to debate it, is in the government's response to some recommendations. Recommendation number 15, for example. Sometimes we have to go to the bottom of things and ask, why has the government did the government give the response it did to recommendation 15? Perhaps the honourable member could explain this, and then we could go back to C-57.
Mr. Speaker, there's 15 recommendations in total, and the government in the letter, that's a detailed letter, 12-page response to the recommendations, and the government indicated that they would take note of it, Mr. Speaker. The point is, and the member started her comments by talking about the trade agreement. The best I can tell, at least the Blocs and the New Democrats and the Liberals want to see that trade agreement pass through. All of us anticipated that that's what we'd be debating today. What we're talking about in terms of this actual report, Mr. Speaker, everyone agrees to it. No one's questioning it. It's being used as a tool to prevent debate on the trade agreement. If the Conservatives do not support the trade agreement, then fine, but then say so. Have the courage to stand up and say that you don't support the trade agreement. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, why are you preventing the debate from occurring? Why won't you let the bill, the trade agreement between Canada and Ukraine, go to committee? I highlighted the fact that you even had the president during wartime leave Ukraine to come to Canada to sign the trade agreement. It's a good agreement. The legislation is there. We should be passing it through the system, Mr. Speaker. So my appeal once again to the Conservative Party is stop wasting the time of the chamber. Let's debate Bill C-57. Let's get it to committee, and let's make a powerful statement jointly in an apolitical fashion to the world by supporting Ukraine at this difficult time in history.
We do have time for a quick question and answer. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's no doubt report number 10 comes from the Department of Redundancy. It's an important one, but it's something that we should move forward. I've been pushing the issue over cybersecurity, especially as an opportunity through the Ukraine trade agreement, to be something that will also create Canadian jobs and Ukraine jobs and protect them and ourselves. I just wonder if there's something else the member has as a priority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Very quickly, in terms of reports, reports that come into committees are very numerous. You could virtually come up with a report and concurrence almost on a daily basis. I think there's a lot of aspects in terms of how this particular trade agreement broadens the range of goods and services. It includes things such as infrastructure rebuilds. There's all sorts of positive things in this trade agreement. That's the reason why I was actually looking forward to listening to that particular debate. And I was hopeful, Mr. Speaker, I was hoping that we would be passing that legislation today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we go to the next speaker, I just want to remind everyone to try to be judicious in their questions and answers so that people can participate in the discussion, because I know the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands has been trying a few times to get into the discussion. So if I just I might go to her the first time just to maybe sure to get her time in. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary, to the Government House Leader for sharing his time with me. He's done a very good job, Mr. Speaker, of setting up the context in which Conservatives are using the concurrence motion today to try and stop the debate on a very important issue. And I'm going to use my time, Mr. Speaker, to highlight what's been going on in regards to this issue. I think Canadians deserve to know that there is a divide within the Conservative Party in terms of how it feels about supporting Ukraine. I can't believe that the words just came out of my mouth, but it is the reality. And I will tell you how I've come to this conclusion, Mr. Speaker. Throughout the spring, the minister responsible worked with Ukraine and the officials over there to set up this free trade agreement. When we got back to the House in September, late September, the trade agreement and the terms of it were put on the table. That was on October the 17th. The bill was placed on the table for consideration. We first called the bill to be debated in this House, Mr. Speaker, on October the 23rd. We had one day of debate on it. The following day, Mr. Speaker, we then called the bill to be debated a second time. Now, I spoke at that time, Mr. Speaker. I gave what is probably one of the most nonpartisan speeches I've given in this House, believe it or not. I gave that speech because I was under the assumption, Mr. Speaker, that this House unanimously was supportive of Ukraine and the efforts that we could give in terms of trade relationships with them to better the economy of Ukraine, to better the people of Ukraine. Much to my complete and utter surprise, Mr. Speaker, then the first question came after my speech was a member from Cumberland Colchester who rose in the House and said to me, he said, one of the concerns I have is the way Canada appears, in my mind, in spite of the incredible woke legislation that is woven into this free trade agreement. The member questioned whether or not Canada was taking advantage of Ukraine, questioned the legislation, questioned why we were even involved in this agreement. Now, that's just the beginning, because there's more, Mr. Speaker. What has happened since then? The next day, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives rose in this House and tried to put forward a unanimous consent motion on division. I would like to explain to the public what that is, because it's very important in the context of my argument. The Conservatives rose, and when you put forward a unanimous consent motion, what that means is you are saying the House unanimously consents to the fact that we will adopt this legislation, but on division. And that's the key part. When you say on division, you mean there are some in the House, but it doesn't need to be identified who they are that are in disagreement. So it is clear that the Conservatives have some members on their side of the aisle that are not in favor of this legislation. Wow. That happened, but we did not let that happen. We did not let that unanimous consent motion carry because we determined, no, we're not going to let you hide from your vote on this. Right. If you're not standing with Ukraine, then have the decency to stand in this House and tell Ukraine that.
You're here.
After that, the next time this came back up on the floor, Mr. Speaker, was today. We brought forward this again, and what did the Conservatives do? They used a tactic to avoid this debate. They brought forward a concurrence motion, understanding full well that 3 hours would have to be put towards that, and that based on the time that we have for today, we won't be able to get that legislation through. Conservatives want to carry this bill on division and don't want their members to be able to speak to it. And the Canadian people have a right to know who those members are. We know one is the member from Cumberland Colchester, but which other Conservatives are not in support of Ukraine and not in support of this trade agreement with them? That's what Conservatives deserve to know, Mr. Speaker. And as long as we're in this House, we're not going to let them try to carry this on division and let this bill go through. They are going to have to stand in their place. Now, we might get to a point where the Conservative whip rises in their caucus meetings and says, listen, I don't care what you guys, how you feel, but you're going to all vote in favor of this. We might get to that point. We might get to the point where the Conservative whip allows some of them to abstain from voting. We might get to that point too. But I'm going to tell you, Mr. Speaker, we're going to get to a point where we're going to vote on it. And Conservatives can play these games all day long.
And they can bring forward more concurrence motions like this all day long. But I guarantee them of one thing. The parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader and myself will continue to call them out over this. If they don't support Ukraine, they must stand in this House and explain why. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, that's a whole 5 minutes there. That's awesome. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague said that he, like me, would like to speak to C-57, would like to debate C-57 so we can see what is positive for Canada and for Ukraine. This free trade agreement would not be taking advantage of anyone. Rather, it would help Ukraine rebuild as quickly as possible. So, had we been able to debate C-57, what would the colleague have said? What are the important aspects of C-57? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Probably recognize what didn't happen there, Mr. Speaker. Normally a Conservative would lead to ask me a question, and not a single one of them rose to ask me a question. Although I do appreciate the question from my colleague for the Bloc, and I did speak at length to C-57 as I indicated the first time that it came around. This is an opportunity for Canada to work and to look forward into the future of how do we help Ukraine rebuild when they win the war, because they will win that war. And when they do, Canada will be there with them through trade relationships, through opportunities to work together to rebuild their nation. We deserve it to them. They certainly are in agreement with wanting that trade legislation. The only people that I know that don't seem to be in agreement with it are some Conservatives.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very grateful for the opportunity to put a question to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. It's the connection that I think is, there are heartbreaks beyond heartbreaks, and they seem to be unending since October 7th. But one of them is the dreadful irony that Hamas's brutal attack on Israel has been described, and rightfully so, as a gift to Vladimir Putin. It's taken the world's attention, for obvious reason, off of Ukraine. And yet I wanted to quote from President Zelensky in this moment because I was deeply moved by his condemnation of Hamas. In this moment, also recognizing that Israel's government has been the only one of our allies, the only modern industrialized and Western democracy ally of Canada that has never put a sanction on Russia, that has not responded to Ukraine's dreadful situation of invasion and brutal assault, but illegal war by Russia. Zelensky himself, a Jewish leader. But none of that contaminated his statement. He said very clearly, quote, "Let the value of human life and the intolerance of terror be the principles that will finally unite the whole world. Wherever they aim their missiles and whomever they attack, terrorists must lose, and this is important for the whole world," close quote, President Zelensky. So again, we mustn't lose our focus in assisting and being there for Ukraine. At the same time, we must not ignore the breaching of international law, the bombing of civilians, and so on in what's happening now, as Israel has an absolute right to defend itself. I see that my time is up, but thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for the Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for her question. And I think that she's absolutely correct when she says that the unfortunate reality is that some of the attention has been taken off, and that's why it's our job to keep the pressure on. And one of those ways that we do that is by continuing to push forward legislation like this, by building relationships with Ukraine so that we can work together with them, so that we don't let the spotlight be taken off of them, and and the struggles they're going through. We have to remember here, Mr. Speaker, that Ukraine will win this war. That's inevitable in my mind. They are fighting for their country. They have been invaded by Russia, and in particular Vladimir Putin, and there is no doubt that they will win, and we need to be with them so that we can help make sure that when the time comes, they can rebuild their country, be more prosperous, be more democratic, and be more committed to world peace as a result of that.
Avant de continuer, je pense qu'un appel au règlement.
Point of order. The Honourable Minister for Tourism. Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To question number Q1697, Q1700, Q1701, and Q1708. Thank you.
Beaucoup. Reprise du débat, continuing debate. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's an expression, with friends like these, who needs enemies? This expression is especially relevant today. Today is yet another episode in a series of conservative actions which are ultimately harmful to Ukraine, in my view anyhow. One has to be really bold to have a lot of gall to call for this concurrence debate today. I'll explain why I'm saying this. This report, it took months for it to be adopted. This report was almost unanimously supported by members of the committee, but it took months for it to be adopted. Why? Because of the Conservatives. They launched a filibuster campaign, systematically blocking the Foreign Affairs Committee's work. As a result, we struggled to have this report adopted. Conservative filibustering and delay tactics delayed the passing of this report. Not only that, but conservative delay tactics blocked the committee from going to Ukraine the first time. The Conservatives also prevented the Foreign Affairs Committee from going to Ukraine a second time. The first time, though, was the result of their first filibuster, which went on for months. If I'm not mistaken, it lasted 3 whole months. A brief aside, Mr. Speaker. This committee should be the least partisan of all House committees. The Foreign Affairs and International Development Committee should be nonpartisan because we should support the same values, and we should be able to present a united front, especially when on the international stage, and even more especially when it comes to the war on Ukraine. Despite all that, it took months for this report to see the light of day. And go figure, the Conservatives moved a motion for a concurrence debate about the adoption of this report today. The report, in my view, Mr. Speaker, is an excellent one, and I will come back to that. Why today, though? Why this afternoon, while the Foreign Affairs and International Development Committee is sitting right now? So I had to ask my colleague, the member for Shefford, to take over for me in committee. I was supposed to be there in my committee, but I had to come here to speak during the concurrence debate about this report by my committee. Could the timing be any worse? I'll tell you what's even worse, Mr. Speaker. Currently, what we're debating in the Foreign Affairs and International Development Committee is food aid to Ukraine. Giving food to Ukraine. That's what we're discussing in committee.
And here's a question. Who do you think launched that topic in committee? The Conservatives. So the Conservatives are filibustering themselves, if I may say so. We're debating one of their motions in the Foreign Affairs and International Development Committee. Meanwhile, here in the House, at the very same time, we're forced to debate the adoption of this report about Ukraine. It's terrible timing. What's worse, Mr. Speaker? The Conservatives chose to have this report adoption debate while we're supposed to be debating C-57. My colleagues have mentioned this. What is C-57 about? C-57 would finalize a free trade agreement with Ukraine. Yes, with Ukraine. So the Conservatives are delaying the passing of legislation which would finalize a free trade agreement that we reached with Ukraine. I get the impression that whenever the Conservatives bend over backwards to block this House, they're constantly bending over backwards to ensure that we can't support Ukraine. What does Ukraine need from us today? Let's put ourselves in the shoes of our Ukrainian friends, our Ukrainian allies. What do they need today from us, from this House of Commons? Do they need this House to move forward in passing C-57 for the free trade agreement? Or do they need from us to pass today, not 3 weeks ago, not 3 months ago, not 9 months ago? Do they need us to adopt this report about Ukraine today? So, in other words, Mr. Speaker, it could have been passed a long time ago, but no. The Conservatives wanted to have this debate instead of the debate we were supposed to have. That is, to debate the implementation of a free trade agreement between Canada and Ukraine. You know what, Mr. Speaker? I don't think Ukraine needs from us for us to adopt this report today. They needed that months ago. What Ukraine needs from us is for the committee to finish this report, to have it finished months ago. But everything was delayed due to the Conservatives' desire to block everything and slow everything down. That's how constructive our Conservative colleagues are. They'll do anything and everything to slow things down. And hopefully, the Liberals heard Canadians during our last general election. Canadians told them that they're a minority government and they need to take into account the perspectives of all parties. The Conservatives also don't seem to understand their role. Their role is to help this Parliament move forward and move along, make progress. Yet, whenever it comes to Ukraine, the Conservatives have slowed things down. They slowed down the passing and the adoption of this report. It took us months. They launched a long filibuster process about something else, about the fact that we wanted to study the sexual health of women. But of course, they were upset by that because the word abortion was mentioned, and that's horrible for them. They don't want that. They didn't want to let us go ahead with our Ukraine report, so they hampered the committee for months. But you know what? That didn't stop us from starting our study on women's sexual health and reproductive health. In fact, we even managed to conclude that study. Yet they still blocked the Foreign Affairs and International Development Committee's work for months and months, which delayed the adoption of this report for months and months, Mr. Speaker. And while they were filibustering, well, of course, we were unable to go on our mission to Ukraine. We were not able to have our travel request approved. That's yet another time that they blocked us. The Conservatives decided that parliamentarians shouldn't travel anymore. No more travel. And then this past summer, they once again opposed the fact that the Foreign Affairs and International Development Committee wished to travel to Ukraine. So as I was saying when I began, with friends like these, who needs enemies? Because the Conservatives, with their hands on their hearts, claim that they care about Ukraine and that they're determined to defend Ukraine. But, you know, when you look at the facts, it's all talk and no action, because they are truly bending over backwards to block us. It's a shame. It's truly a shame, Mr. Speaker. It's a shame because Ukrainians, they need our support. And that support can also include increasing free trade between our countries. Now, we're delayed in implementing our free trade agreement because the Conservatives, once again, are playing parliamentary games which are totally useless and which delay the things that we need to do. It's incredibly harmful. This report was delayed for months, but was eventually adopted. The Conservatives blocked it to prevent the committee from beginning a study about women's reproductive health, but the study did end up occurring. So the Conservatives just delay what needs to happen and what will happen. Like this free trade agreement, it needs to be implemented, and it will be. Yet once again, we're forced to respond to the Conservatives' tactics. They're filibustering themselves, frankly. I'd like to say so again. As I mentioned, the Foreign Affairs and International Development Committee is currently meeting at this very moment to discuss food assistance to Ukraine, which in fact was suggested by a Conservative motion. It's incomprehensible. And when this report was made public, Mr. Speaker, I said that I felt a deep sense of pride for the work that members of the committee had accomplished. But I expressed something else as well. A feeling of shame and embarrassment. And why? Because in this report, which contains 15 recommendations, there are many great recommendations which the government hasn't implemented, not all of them thus far, but there are some great suggestions in the report to better support Ukraine in its fight against Russia. And as I mentioned earlier during my remarks, it took months for this report to be made public and adopted. And at that point, when the report was made public, I also said that war has shown us one thing, and that is the dependence of Western economies on oil and gas. And how did our Conservative friends react? Their reaction was, well, why don't we sell more oil and gas to our European friends and allies? They didn't seem to realize that another thing we've learned from this war is that we need to transition away from oil and gas ASAP.
We need to support Europe so that as quickly as possible it can take the green shift and reduce not only its dependency on oil and gas from Russia, but on oil and gas generally speaking.
Je disais à ce moment-là, ben, c'est pas fini, cette étude n'est pas finie.
And this work is ongoing, and it'll continue as long as the war goes on, and that's why the Foreign Affairs Committee, even as we speak right now, is meeting and looking at this issue. And that's why I said that the committee will soon be traveling to Ukraine, which, thanks to the Conservatives, was something that we weren't able to do until now. So this is an interim report, I was saying, because we're going to see something else eventually. The war isn't over. The situation is ongoing. And so we need to remain closely attentive to what's happening and adjust our recommendations as the situation evolves. That's what we're doing right now. As we're speaking right now, the Foreign Affairs Committee is doing that important work. I mentioned earlier, because our conservative friends once again said that we should expel the Russian ambassador, I brought up the fact that we concluded that this maybe wasn't the right thing to do at this point in time. It certainly remains an arrow in our quiver, because we need, but in the meantime, we need to keep communications open. Because even if the Russian embassy is still open here and the Canadian embassy is open in Moscow, there is no, for all points, diplomatic contact and diplomatic communication. For all intents and purposes, that's ended. We stand in solidarity with the sanctions regime that's been put in place for Russia and the oligarchs and banks from that area. But, Mr. Speaker, and this is something we learned, the fact is that we are unable to see the full value and the full have a full accounting of what has been frozen. And it's been very difficult to move forward with the seizures of those funds to help Ukraine rebuild. I mean, certainly there's still legal questions to look at there, but in terms of identifying the nature and the scope of the goods and the money that has been seized, it's very difficult to do that. It's been very difficult to do that valuation because the government has decided to subcontract that responsibility to the private sector and to the banks without giving them specific instructions on what's expected of them. And the banks, and we can understand this, are uncomfortable with sanctioning their clients. So the federal government has given away its responsibility and is shirking that responsibility, and that's why we're unable to get a full accounting of the impact of the sanctions. And obviously we need to continue to coordinate with our allies, but at the same time take into account the specific circumstances that affect us. So there was the question of seeing a number of Russian banks excluded from the SWIFT financial system, and that's a good thing. But there are still some Russian banks that are part of the SWIFT international banking network. So what's happened, Mr. Speaker? Transactions have been moved from certain banking institutions to other banking institutions, which are still in the SWIFT system. So with the help of other third-party countries, Russia's been able to get around the sanctions and continue its war efforts. So we need to tighten things even further, Mr. Speaker. Certain sanctions, and my colleague, our spokesperson, or our critic in terms of agriculture mentioned this earlier, mentioned that we need to look at what's happening with food security on the world, where Russian products are more competitive than Canadian products. And so in that case, we're seeing that the ultimate result of what we're doing is leading to the opposite intended result. So the Foreign Affairs Committee is looking at the sanction regime and is currently finalizing a report on that. And what we've seen is that there's still quite a lot of work to be done in that area, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude by saying that this is a good report, and it's a good thing that this report was adopted. But I would reiterate, is this the right time to go ahead with this? I don't think so. I think that for a whole series of reasons, the strategic choices and tactics that have been deployed by the Conservatives are hurting Ukraine. And we're seeing yet another example of that today, which is deeply, deeply unfortunate, Mr. Speaker.
Merci.
Thank you. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. J'aimerais remercier.
I'd like to first thank my colleague from the Bloc Québécois for his speech and for his excellent work and his solidarity and his support for the Ukrainian people. You know, Mr. Speaker, since the leader of the opposition has become leader of the official opposition, he's never asked for additional support for Ukraine, whether that be for the war effort, humanitarian or financial support. He has never asked for more support for Ukraine. And he's repeating what people like Donald Trump are saying in the United States when it comes to Russia and the impact of the war on Canada, on the West. So my question for my honourable colleague is, do you think that the leader of the opposition truly supports Ukraine? And do you think that that's why the Conservatives right now are filibustering to stop debate on the free trade agreement with Ukraine? The honourable member from Montarville. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think I've demonstrated in my speech that through the actions that have been taken repeatedly by the Conservatives, well, the Conservatives have demonstrated that they've been a very poor friend to Ukraine. I would like to believe that when he claims he supports Ukraine, he is sincere. However, in terms of what the party has done, as I mentioned earlier, well, their actions don't seem to reflect their words. And you know, I don't want to reveal any secrets here, Mr. Speaker, but, you know, I tabled a motion here in the House of Commons to denounce the kidnapping of Ukrainian children and their deportation towards Russia. And in the negotiations that took place between the various parties to see that motion be unanimously passed, and it was, with the support of the Conservatives, and I thank them for it, there were concerns about using the term genocide, a genocide which has been recognized by this House. So why those concerns? Why that hesitation to move forward? And we said that we had, already voted to recognize that genocide, and so the hesitations, well, were pushed aside a bit, and we were able to move forward. But if the support is sincere, then the actions need to follow the words, and we're not necessarily seeing that. And what we're seeing here today is, at best, an immense mistake, and I wouldn't want to say what it would be if it's even worse than that.
Question commentaire, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to assure my colleagues that sincere actions are just exactly what I was talking about in relation to my question to one of my Liberal colleagues just a short while ago. I was the one that first called for some of the natural resources that we have to go to our allies that were fighting with the Ukraine to try and make sure that they weren't as dependent on Russian oil and gas as they had to be. And so that was a clear signal that Conservatives do support Ukraine in their efforts to try and they will beat Russia. I must be clear on that. Many of my colleagues, and as well as myself, have invited many, been very happy to accept many of the Ukrainian couples, seeing individuals and families that have come to Canada in our constituencies. And I think it's very important that we put on the record that we were the first to be able to suggest that we help our allies in Ukraine to be able to get the kind of resources that they needed. I'm just wondering if these parties, both the Liberal and the Bloc, have any idea about what the natural resources could have done if they'd have been put into Ukraine earlier, and why they didn't support that movement earlier. The Bloc wants to leave this same energy in the ground. The Liberals didn't want to get it there early enough, and yet the Liberals blocked the Russian turbine for the Canadian turbine here for going back to Russia. They sent it, the Liberals sent it over there. I wonder if the Bloc were supportive of that.
The honourable member from Montarville. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll draw a link between the question that's just been asked to me and the question that was previously asked to me. Sometimes we get the impression that the Conservatives support Ukraine so long as it's profitable. And sometimes we have to wonder if they only support Ukraine. Is it because they support Ukraine or because they want to sell oil and gas to Europe? And I think that it's really unfortunate to bring into debates on support for Ukraine constantly this idea that we need to sell more oil and gas to Europe. It's as if they just discovered a new market, a new unexplored market, and they wanted to exploit it at any cost. But as I mentioned in my speech, Mr. Speaker, what this conflict has revealed is that not only there's an extreme dependence in Europe on oil and gas from Russia, but it's the general dependency on Western economies on oil and gas, period. And so instead of seeking to sell even more oil and gas, well, first we'd need to have the infrastructure to be able to do that, and that infrastructure does not exist. First and foremost, we need to help our European allies make the shift towards green energy, which will allow them not only to reduce their dependency on Russian oil and gas, but also on oil and gas generally speaking.
Direct questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his comments, particularly in light of another Conservative filibuster, something that's really holding up progress at a time in the world where we see growing atrocities. I find this deeply troubling to take up time in this House during such a critical period, not just in Canada, but also globally. Colossal disrespect for people in Canada and across the globe that are struggling right now, including in the many conflicts that are occurring and brewing around the globe. I wanted to ask my colleague, however, his thoughts on recommendation number 12, which states that the Government of Canada not grant a sanctions waiver to Siemens Energy Canada Limited for Nord Stream 1 pipeline turbines as long as sanctions remain in effect. I know the Conservatives have a very narrow focus in terms of any sort of international conflict. Always seems to go to oil and gas, but I'd like to hear my honourable colleagues' thoughts on that. Thank you.
The honourable member from Ottawa. Well, Mr. Speaker, this recommendation has sort of become null and void, given that the Nord Stream pipeline has become inoperable. But what we learned a couple of weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, is that the Government of Canada quietly granted other exemptions to the sanctions regime. And so, first of all, I denounced this way of moving forward behind closed doors. This government only makes things public, it seems, once they appear in the media or somebody threatens to have them appear in the media. And so it was with surprise, particularly after the Nord Stream turbine incident, it was with surprise that we learned that the government had allowed other exemptions to the sanctions regime. So, as we did in the case of the turbine, it seems to me to be important for the government to justify its decision and say why these new exemptions were allowed. Because unless it can be demonstrated that the result of the sanctions goes against the ultimate goal, as has been the case with certain grains, it's important that we be able to support the negative impact of some of the sanctions here if we truly want to support our Ukrainian allies.
Question and comment, and I know the honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood was really trying hard. So
I'm trying hard. It's not going to be quick, though. I associate myself with the honourable member's
observations with respect to the Conservative Party. It's puzzling to say as a generous observation, hypocritical maybe a less generous, but I'm particularly interested in the ultimate hypocrisy that we are not here debating the free trade agreement, which was scheduled, but debating something else. And it is an expression on the part of Ukraine to join the family of nations that wishes to govern itself by the rule of law. And in some peculiar way, I would say even hypocritical way, we play into Vladimir Putin's hands, who's just simply playing for time. So does he join me in the worry that by not debating it, by not entering into this agreement, that in fact we are not only playing into the playbook of the Russian leader, but also that Ukraine is simply dropping from the media cycle and it leaves Ukraine very vulnerable.
Time has expired, but I will give the honourable member from Montarville time to reply. I'll be brief. You'll be happy to hear that, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very brief. I'll simply say that I couldn't agree more with what my colleague has just said. And what's the most unfortunate and damaging in all of this, what's truly deplorable, is that we know that this bill will eventually be passed. And that's what's really troubling here, is to see the Conservatives constantly throwing up obstacles to delay what must be done. And this bill is going to be passed. The free trade agreement will come into effect to the benefit of Ukraine, to the benefit of Canada, but it will have had to wait longer because of the partisan maneuvering of the Conservatives, and that's it's just absolutely shameful, Mr. Speaker.
Du débat, continuing debate, the honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I just want to start by saying how disappointed I am that we are here having this debate on a concurrence motion when we should be debating the trade agreement with the Ukraine. You know, I just have to stand here and express the profound grief that I am hearing from so many across my riding of North Island Powell River. You know, when the illegal war began, when Russia invaded Ukraine, there was just a feeling of profound heartbreak. I have a lot of Ukrainians in my riding who came together to fight really hard to do all they could. And I remember sitting on the phone with members who were telling me that they were calling their families at home, and in the background they could hear the explosions, and they were so worried about where they were and if they were safe. Conversations where explosions would happen and the line would die. I sat, as I hope many people in this place have, with people who are refugees from Ukraine, who are so terrified. They don't even know when it's going to be safe to go home. They're worried about their loved ones. This is really important. And here we are, discussing a committee report that was unanimously agreed upon, instead of talking about how we can work to make this country stronger and better and how we can work with Ukraine in a positive way. So I think it's important that as we have these discussions, we remember that we are the voices of our constituents and that so many of them right now are hurting profoundly. And it's important because we know that when this happens, it destabilizes other countries. And that destabilization has an impact on all of our communities and our countries. The people who are in our communities that are related to those folks in other countries, they have a profound response, and we must recognize that. And that leads me, of course, to think about my personal pain and heartbreak connected to the profoundly terrifying experience we're seeing right now in Israel and Gaza. You know, all of us in this country are seeing things on the screen, and it's painful for us to see it. I cannot imagine living it. And our leader has been very clear, repeatedly in this place and in the media, that we condemn unequivocally the terrorist violence of Hamas, which has killed thousands. And I've heard from the Jewish community in my riding and outside of my riding of the profound pain, concern, and trauma that they are experiencing right now because of this action. And what we are witnessing in Gaza is beyond overwhelming. We know that children are being killed at a rate that we have not seen in a very long time, that women and the elderly are indiscriminately attacked. So many are dying. Civilians of these countries are dying. And we must all stand together to say that isn't okay. The NDP and our leader has been very clear. We are calling for an immediate ceasefire. And I despair that this government has not chosen to stand up on this issue. When we see what we are seeing, we have an obligation morally to call for a ceasefire, to do all that we can as a country to stand strong against it. Because we all know historically what it looks like when we don't. How many apologies do we have to make in this place because we don't stand up and do the thing that is right when it is time to do it? And right now in our own country, anti-Semitism, anti-Palestine hate is increasing, Islamophobia is increasing, and people are afraid. They're afraid for themselves, and they're afraid for their loved ones, and they're afraid for our children. When we don't stand up collectively, we create a much less safe environment for everyone. And I think that's really important. When we think about our privilege in this place, we have to think about how we take that power and what we do with it. And when we do things, what that means for people who don't have the same voice as us. So people aren't safe. They're not safe. And we all have to stand up against that. You know, Mr. Speaker, I remember speaking with a dear friend of mine who escaped the Holocaust very barely and lost so many loved ones to concentration camps. And she no longer believed in God. She no longer believed that anything in the world could allow this to happen. And I remember having those conversations with her and the terror that she had experienced. But one of the things that I will never forget, Mr. Speaker, is she said, I don't believe in God, but I pray for peace unceasingly. Every day I pray for peace because I don't want anyone to experience what I've experienced. I don't want anyone to lose the family that I have lost. So I hope that all of us are remembering that every time we don't do all that we can for peace, we are really disrespecting those who are gone. And in this time as well, Mr. Speaker, that we're seeing an increase in foreign interference in our elections, where we're seeing destable communities, or communities being destabilized because of an active agenda of some countries to interfere, we have to again remember that every step we take matters, that people are watching, they're looking for leadership and stability, they're looking for consistency. So I hope and I call on this government again, please stand up. Please stand up and say it's time for a ceasefire and that our voice collectively as Canada is calling for that so that civilians get what they need to survive and so that we can do everything in the name of justice moving forward. But to come back to this concurrence motion that is about Ukraine, and I'm going to talk about it. Again, I want to remind all of the listeners at home, and of course, especially of North Island Powell River, that this is something that the Conservatives moved. It's a concurrence motion, which means we are not debating the bill that we were supposed to debate today, which is on having a trade agreement with the Ukraine. That the report that we are right now spending this time debating was supported unanimously. And so we're debating it to say again that we're going to agree with the report. And I think it's important that this committee is the Foreign Affairs Committee. And right now that committee is meeting. And what they are meeting about, Mr. Speaker, is the situation at the Russia-Ukraine border and the implications for peace and security. So right now that work is happening in another space in this place, really important work, largely Global Institute for Food Security are talking. This is about the United Nations World Food Program. Here's just a few, the grain farmers of Ontario. Those are the witnesses, some of the witnesses today. So they're talking about the importance of this. So why are we here when this work has already been done? Why are the Conservatives making us debate something that has already been agreed upon? Why? I think there's political reasons, and it's very disappointing. It's very disappointing because if there's a problem that they have with this bill that is in front of this House, then let's debate it. Let's do the work of this House and look after that. You know, Mr. Speaker, I have to say in my riding not too long ago, we had an amazing event, a couple of events actually, and the event was called Still Standing with Ukraine. The Comox Valley Ukrainian Cultural Society put it together. It was a couple of events just to bring awareness again to what was happening in Ukraine, to highlight some of the refugees locally within our region that are in our communities and doing the best that they can when they are under such emotional distress because of what's happening in their own country. It was a beautiful event where we got to see some profoundly amazing Ukrainian dancers from Alberta that came out to fundraise to make sure that the people here in our area have the supports that they need. And I want a special thank you to Jeanette Martin-Lutzer, who is the ED there, who just did a phenomenal job of educating people. And Mr. Speaker, I just think it's so important. I want to say that when this happened in my riding, when Russia attacked Ukraine, we had so many phone calls in our office. Tons of people were calling. They wanted to do all they could to help. And so what we did is, as we collected a list, it was a significant list of constituents. We were able to create an email list, and then our office went out and found everybody in the region that was doing work to support refugees who were coming. And we were able to bring them all together. We did a town hall. Mr. Speaker, a lot of people showed up for the virtual town hall, and all those organizations and groups that are doing incredible work in the riding were able to talk about what they were doing, how they were doing it, and how people could help. It was amazing. And that's something that I'm so proud of in my riding, is when people need help, like we came together. We have a large Syrian family that's in our riding. A lot of people came together to support that family, and every time I see the leaders of that family, every time I'm told about all the success because of what the community invested, because the community stood up. So again, for this, I've just been profoundly moved. People come together. They want to support people who are struggling, who are suffering, and we need to make sure that those supports are in place. So why are we here debating this when there's so much work to be done? So, I'll talk about some of the recommendations and show the people that, again, all parties agree. One of the recommendations, that the Government of Canada continue to play a leading role in the pursuit of justice and accountability for war crimes, crimes against humanity, and violations of international human rights and humanitarian law in relation to Russia's war against Ukraine. Well, Mr. Speaker, I agree with this, and I think this is something that we should be talking about in the context of what we're seeing happen in other places in the world. But of course, we want to see the Government of Canada stand up. Hopefully every party here, and according to this report, all parties agree that we should do that. We should stand up for human rights and for justice. I know people in my riding are calling for that. They want to see action taken. They want to see accountability. And they want to know that human rights are being protected and that Canada is doing everything possible to make sure that those human rights are being protected. Another recommendation that the Government of Canada work with Ukraine and other international partners in support of the documentation, investigation, and prosecution of sexual and gender-based violence committed during Russia's war against Ukraine and provide support to survivors. Mr. Speaker, this is a particular passion of mine. We know that in every war, women and children are the focus of much violence, as well as the 2S LGBTQIA plus community are targeted for horrific crimes that we should never see happen, but we know unfortunately do. We need to make sure that there is processes put into place. I know in my work in the NATO Parliamentary Association, we have talked about this, how important it is for women, peace, and security that these things are documented, making sure that international law has the capacity to take information. Mr. Speaker, things are changing quickly, and how information is recorded, often on social media, is something that we need to make sure, if things are recorded and it can be verified as a clear source, that that information can be used in international law to hold people to account for the violence that they do during wartime. And so there's a lot of conversations. I'm glad to see that all parties agree that this is important. We need to protect people. We need to have very strong international law so that when people do terrible things like this, they know that they're going to be held to account. Another recommendation that the Government of Canada work with Ukraine and other international partners to prosecute individuals principally responsible for Russia's crime of aggression against Ukraine by supporting the establishment of a special tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine or other similar mechanism. You know, Mr. Speaker, it's a little bit rich to be in this space having this conversation, knowing that the work is being done in committee, and here we are agreeing to agree instead of talking about how we're going to support Ukraine in this trade deal, which, you know, we're at the part where it hasn't even gone to committee yet. Let's get it to committee. If there's concerns, let's do the work in committee. That's where the work happens. Again, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, but I am frustrated. You know, at a time in the world where we're seeing so much incredible violence, when we know that young people across this country are worried about that violence, we know they're worried about the climate crisis that we're in and the fact that we're teetering on the brink of profound outcomes that could leave the world physically unsafe for people to even be here. Why are we wasting the time of this place when we could be doing the work that needs to be done? There is serious things happening in this country, in other countries, where we have to take a leadership role as Canada, and this is what we're doing instead. So, Mr. Speaker, I know my time is coming to an end, but I think it's really important that we talk about this recommendation about strengthening global food security and the role of Ukraine as one of its guarantors, and join the efforts with Ukraine on the Black Sea Grain Initiative in the Global South. We know, Mr. Speaker, that the reality is we've done sanctions. I've seen the graphs in my work at the NATO Parliamentary Association that the sanctions had an impact and then they lost it. We need to support this country. So thank you so much, and I hope that we can get on to more important business.
Thank the honourable member. When we come back, she'll have 3 minutes in that discussion. It's my duty to interrupt the proceedings on the motion at this time. Accordingly, the debate on the motion will be rescheduled for another sitting. Comme il est 17.
As it is 5:55, we will now move on to private members' business. Private members' business. Starting debate. Second reading, Bill C-322. National Framework for a School Food Programme Act in the name of Mr. Cormier.
Then I'll go to the point of order. Mr. Cormier, I appeal.
Mr. Cormier, seconded by Mr. Rogers, moves that Bill C-322, an act to develop a national framework to establish a school food programme, be now read a second time and refer to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities debate. I believe there's a point of order first.
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to bring to your attention that during my speech I made reference to the fact that Conservatives had tried to move unanimous consent on Bill C-57. I had my information incorrect, and it was indeed Bill C-350 that I was thinking of when I made that comment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Appreciate the clarification. The
Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I would like to commend the following people, the voters of my riding, who gave me the honour and privilege of representing them these 8 last years. I would like to thank them for their trust. I would also like to thank my parents, my mother-in-law, father-in-law, and all my friends who are watching me today. I would like to thank them for their help. It's not easy to settle logistics for a federal MP, so thank you for your helps. My extraordinary assistants, all of them. Thank you to all of them for everything that they do. Thank you to Greg Byrne for helping with the research of this speech, and thank you for the 4 most important people. My children, my stepson, who is to me a son, and Isabelle, my spouse, who is a member of Parliament in New Brunswick. Thank you for your assistance that you bring me every day. I look forward to seeing you again. Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to rise in the House today to speak to my Bill C-322, an act respecting the establishment of a national framework for a school food programme. Mr. Speaker, the objective of this bill is clearly stated in its title, namely to create a national framework for establishing a school food programme to ensure that all children in Canada have access to healthy food.
I truly believe this is one of the most important pieces of social legislation that this House will debate this session.
Too many children in Canada go to bed hungry or start the school day without a nutritious breakfast. Madam Speaker, do you know what it's like to try to follow class or to do your schoolwork when hunger is gripping you and preventing you from thinking about anything else? Unfortunately, that is the sad reality for far too many children. Studies have shown, including the Health Behaviour in School-Aged Children survey, that up to 1 in 5 young people report going to school or bed hungry, often because there isn't enough to eat at home. According to the 2021 First Nations Food, Nutrition and Environment study, around 50% of First Nations households have difficulty feeding their families. Imagine that, Madam Speaker, 50%.
Madam Speaker, these numbers are heartbreaking, but we have the opportunity to do something about it. My hope is that this sad reality will serve as a catalyst for action.
Canada is one of the few OECD countries without a national school food programme. We here have the power to change that, the power to ensure that fewer children in this country go hungry, that they have access to healthy food and greater opportunities to succeed. In 2018, Canada presented its strategy, A Chance for All, Canada's first poverty reduction strategy. And as the report states, food insecurity is an indicator of poverty. It measures, and I quote, the number of Canadian households that are unable to purchase or access a sufficient variety of foods for a healthy lifestyle.
While this problem persists across the country, it is especially high in the north and among Indigenous population, Black population, lone parent household, rural and remote communities, households that must rely on social assistance or employment insurance as their primary source of income, and renters. The number of children without access to nutritious food in some communities is very disturbing. Au Nouveau-Brunswick, ma province.
In New Brunswick, my home province, food insecurity is very real for many families, including in my riding of Acadie-Bathurst.
Également, au Nouveau-Brunswick.
In New Brunswick, there is also great regional disparity in the number of school breakfast programs. That sometimes results in unacceptable social inequality. The provincial government funds some schools and not others. Why should some schools have a breakfast and lunch and snack program and other schools not? Students who don't have access to nutritious food are significantly disadvantaged. The school food program can improve school performance and can also improve health status, and help students thrive in life. I thank everyone who has participated and who is mobilizing to improve the situation, including community organizations. In New Brunswick, many communities are helping, but we cannot succeed alone because needs are greater than supply. So, Madam Speaker, I'd like to recognize the Fondation des Petits Déjeuners de la Péninsule Acadienne and their president. Over the past 5 years, they have fundraised over $1.2 million. They help students 5 days a week to have access to healthy breakfasts. I also like to thank Alexis Léger. He's a local farmer, Madam Speaker, who helps the Marguerite Bourgeois School in Caraquet. The school gave him a plot of land, and he grows vegetables with the school's students and then feeds the students those same vegetables in the school cafeteria. And I congratulate these individuals and groups.
Gear at a school food program will make a real difference. This framework can be a roadmap for cooperation to bring many stakeholders together in pursuit of this common objective. Notre gouvernement propose aussi une aide au programme d'alimentation en milieu scolaire.
The government will also help with school nutrition, but unfortunately, despite many efforts, only 21% of school-aged children are being helped. We can do better. We need a program for all schools. All students and children who need access to nutritious food should have access to that food at school. This bill would implement a framework for the whole country. There have been conversations with provinces, territories, Inuit, Métis, First Nations, parents, volunteers, teachers, students, and school administrators and subject matter experts. The agriculture and agri-food sector will also participate in the development of this framework. We together can develop a program that will meet its goal of ensuring that all students have access to healthy food. But we'll also find creative ways to support those in agriculture.
Responsible for 1 in 8 jobs in Canada. The objective of Canada's food policy is to, and I quote, help guide public, private, and non-profit sectors on food-related decisions and action that can improve people's lives, their health, and the health of the environment and the economy.
A national school food policy will support local food production, create jobs, grow the economy, and help us achieve food sustainability. Once the National School Food Program has been rolled out, it will also provide a much-needed boost to struggling families who are often faced with difficult decisions about what their children need. Decisions that can lead a family to cut back on their shopping basket or turn to less nutritious foods because they can't afford what they want or what they need.
That our government has introduced many programs to support families, programs like the Canada Wide Early Learning and Childcare Program, which reduce the cost of childcare to $10 a day, the Canada Child Benefit, the Canada Housing Benefit Top-Up, the Dental Care Plan. These are just a few of the support programs this government has put in place. N'oublions pas non plus le soutien à Banque Alimentaire Canada.
And let's not forget support for Food Banks Canada, community food centers, and local organizations serving the food insecure. But we can do even more to help children and families, which is why we need to develop a national framework for a school food program. Some children may be reluctant to take part in a school lunch program because they may fear, Madam Speaker, that other children will perceive them as coming from a poorer background. If school food programs were more widely available, there would be less risk of a child who needs a nutritious breakfast or snack feeling stigmatized. This is just one of the areas that can be addressed when developing the framework. Once this bill has been passed, we will need to discuss many aspects and seek the views of the many parties involved in order to design the best possible framework. But this is not an insurmountable obstacle. Much work has already been done to date. The consultation undertaken by Employment and Social Development Canada on the development of a pan-Canadian food policy has provided invaluable information and advice.
It is important to have a national framework if we want to meet the goals of a high-quality school food program that is focused on health and nutrition. As we all know, school food programs that currently exist vary from school to school and across the country. This doesn't mean that all meal programs will look the same, but that choice decision can be made that will ensure the objectives and goals of the plan will be met. Nous devons également tenir compte de nos divers.
We need to also take into account our diverse cultural needs when designing a national school food policy. All children must have access to nutritious and culturally appropriate food in their schools. Although the aim is to focus on nutrition and health, it goes without saying that meals will have to be attractive to pupils. So it doesn't make sense to design a meal program that students don't like. Again, this point can be discussed when we develop the framework.
Forward. It empowers the Minister of Employment and Social Development to consult with the Minister of Health, representative of provincial and territorial government, responsible for health and education, other relevant stakeholders in those fields, and representative of Indigenous governing bodies to develop a national framework that will establish a school food program to ensure that all children in Canada have access to healthy food. Comme indiqué dans le projet de loi, le cadre.
As indicated in the bill, the framework will do as follows. It will set out the criteria for determining whether a food is healthy, taking into account Canada's Food Guide. The framework will indicate the meals and snacks that, as a minimum, must be offered in schools as part of the program. The framework will take into account the different realities of children, such as cultural diversity and the resulting dietary requirements. The framework will take into account the rights and priorities of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. The framework will include measures to prevent the stigmatization of students who use the program. The framework will include measures to encourage the use of local and sustainable food systems. The framework will take into account existing local initiatives and infrastructure, and build on existing school food programs across Canada, and implement best practices from other jurisdictions. And finally, the framework will promote evidence-based healthy eating education in schools everywhere in Canada. The bill proposes a timeline for consultations and the preparation of a report in which the Minister will establish a national framework. This report must be completed within 1 year and tabled in both Houses of Parliament within the first 15 days of the session of the House in question. I believe that this is a reasonable timeframe within which to consult and develop the framework. The bill also provides for a review of the effectiveness of the framework within 5 years of the tabling of the report.
No school food program overnight, but we will have set a path forward to do so. I feel passionate about this bill and what it could achieve. And I know that all members of both houses recognize what this bill can do for children and family and how transformative it can be. Les politiciens, Madame la Présidente, sont souvent sur le feu.
Madam Speaker, politicians are often in the spotlight, and the public can be skeptical about politics and about politicians in general. But I've always been convinced that people run for office because they want to make a difference to the lives of others and to make their communities prosper. That is why I decided to run for Acadie Bathurst. I want to work to improve the lives of my constituents and my fellow citizens. And, most importantly, for the next generation, children. We all have the opportunity to make a real difference in people's lives by passing this bill and by ensuring that every child in Canada has access to healthy food in every region of the country. In conclusion, I ask my colleagues to think about all of the children and families who will benefit from a national school food program and to support a bill that will serve as a shining example of what makes Canada such a great place to live and to raise a family. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Transportation, rising on a point of order. Point of order, Madam Speaker. I am tabling the government's responses to Q694, Q695, Q697, Q699, Q1702 to Q1707, and Q1709. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
L'honorable député de... Sorry, it's escaping me for a second. Lambton, Kent, Middlesex. Middlesex, yeah.
You got it. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think to thank my colleague for his speech and his initiative. I'm just wondering if my colleague can tell me, through you, Madam Chair, if he's done consultations with the provinces, as the education system is within the jurisdiction of the provinces and not in the purview of the federal government. What consultations and what is the feedback that you've had from provinces with regard to this?
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Acadie Bathurst.
What the bill is saying is to actually have a framework. And we all know that, like those things are province responsibility. So this is why we need to consult with province and territories to make sure that we have their input of creating this framework. And of course we will do so. Of course we know that province and territory needs to be part of that. We know that, a school food program already exists in those respected provinces and territories. But maybe we can do more to help them achieve better framework and better programs in the future. So that's what we want to make sure that all stakeholders, including province and territory, will be part of developing this framework. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. This is an incredibly important matter, and we cannot tolerate in a country as wealthy as Canada that there are children who arrive at school in the morning without having eaten. Now, housing is a very important indicator, and currently we're smack dab in the middle of a housing crisis in Canada. The current government has been in office for a long time, but the housing crisis is worsening year after year. In Canada, we need 3.5 million housing units by 2030. 1.1 million of which are needed in Quebec. So we need to take action swiftly so that we can create affordable housing and social housing. That would have an impact. That would help families, which would thus help children. Would my colleague agree that we need to really take action as soon as possible to build affordable and social housing soon in Canada? The honourable member for Acadie Bathurst. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question. Madam Speaker, you know that we are doing everything we can for housing at the moment. Our government has recently created and implemented many programs for housing. But at the moment, I would like to talk about my bill. This bill is about children who go to school with empty stomachs. And I believe my colleague will agree with me that we can no longer accept that. In Quebec, there are programs like this, really forward-thinking social programs in Quebec, and I'm sure we will be able to benefit from Quebec's contribution and assistance in developing this framework. So, Madam Speaker, I'd like to say once again that we are helping families get through these tough times, for example, with the Canada Housing Benefit or the Canada Child Benefit. But this bill responds to one of the needs that we need to address. Children should no longer go to school with empty stomachs. We need to support children who are the next generation, and we need to help them. When we ask questions, just a reminder, the questions must be related to the bill under study.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre, a brief answer. Question?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my honourable Speaker on his private member's bill. I would like to add, though, that the Liberals promised this 4 years ago. It was part of their platform. They still haven't delivered on it. And so I'm glad he's taking the initiative. The member from Vancouver Kingsway also put forward a bill earlier on this year, a PMB, Bill C-12, the School Food Program for Children Act, something that I seconded, trying to push this government to put in a school food program for children. There's no reason why kids should be going to school hungry. As a former school teacher myself, as a former educator, I know what damage it does for kids learning when they're going to school hungry. So I'm wondering if my honourable colleagues actually believes that the Liberals will actually keep their promise and put their this bill in place.
Réponse, l'honorable député d'Acadie.
The honourable member for Acadie Bathurst.
For the question. Madam Speaker, as I said earlier, we helped families so much since 2015 with many programs, but I still think like this is a bill that will certainly, again, help children not going to school empty stomach, Madam Speaker. Can we do it faster? Yes, I hope that we will do it faster. This is why I said that there was a provision in that bill that give us a year to have this done. But I hope that it will take less time than that, because children cannot wait anymore, Madam Speaker. Children cannot go to school empty stomach. We need to help them, and I hope that my colleague will support this bill when the time comes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat. The Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The purpose of this bill is set out by the member for Katie Bathurst is, I quote, to establish a school food program, unquote. And while I see in his preamble that the member has recognized that education is in the exclusive jurisdiction of each province, it nonetheless bears pointing out that the member might have been well advised to have sought a seat in the provincial legislature in the province where he could bring the bill forward. After all, Section 93 of the Constitution Act 1867 is clear, and I quote, in and for each province and legislature may exclusively make laws in relation to education, unquote. Furthermore, subsections 92.7 and 92.8 of the Constitution Act put charitable activities in municipal institutions squarely in the exclusive responsibilities of each province. It is possible the member for Katie Bathurst is laying the groundwork for running in a provincial election because he sees the handwriting on the wall as his party's prospects in the next federal election. But I can't blame him. However, if the member for Katie Bathurst is truly serious about helping parents to afford nourishing meals for their kids and themselves, this is something he could push for. Axe the carbon tax. I urge the member for Katie Bathurst to persuade his leader, the Prime Minister, that it would be better for Canadian families and better for him electorally to, I'll say it again, axe the carbon tax. Now, I want to share some talking points the member can use to persuade his leader. According to the 13th edition of Canada's Food Price Report 2023, by September last year, families across Canada were paying in excess of 10% more for their groceries. This year, Canadians' grocery bills have increased by another 8 to 9% or more. Vegetables are seeing the biggest price increases, and as a result, Canadian families are cutting back on their purchases of vegetables and other healthy foods choices for their children. About 20% of Canadians report skipping a meal a day. Food banks across the country are seeing record number of visits by Canadian families. The Cowardly Costly Coalition of the Liberals and NDP has been sleeping at the wheel as Canadian families pay more and more for their basic necessities of life. Canadians cannot afford a costly coalition. Canadians cannot afford more of what they have suffered under 8 years of irresponsible government. Madam Speaker, the reason for food inflation is not just because of too little competition in the grocery industry. Beginning in 2018, the Prime Minister has been gouging Canadian families with a regressive, unfair carbon tax 1, and inflating it year over year. And as of April Fool's Day 2023, the Prime Minister inflated carbon tax 1 to $65 a ton. And by April Fool's Day 2030, the Prime Minister wants to inflate carbon tax 1 to $170 a ton. But the Prime Minister hasn't stopped there. Oh no, as of Canada Day, the Prime Minister added another carbon tax. So now the Prime Minister is asking Canadians to pay 2 carbon taxes. Even worse, when the carbon tax is added at the pumps or on their home heating bills, Canadians are charged sales tax, or HST, on the carbon tax. There's no other way to put it. The Prime Minister and his costly coalition are charging Canadian families tax on tax. And between 2 carbon taxes on April Fool's Day 2030, the Prime Minister wants to charge truckers 61 cents or more for a litre of diesel fueled. And it's not rocket science, it's just basic math that the NDP Liberal doesn't seem to get.
We have a point of order. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, rising on a point of order. Well, earlier I asked a question about housing and was called out for that. But currently we're debating a bill about children and how we need to do everything we can to ensure that children don't go to school with empty stomachs. But now the colleague is talking about the carbon tax. You know, that's totally off topic. So can you call the colleague to order, please?
That when they're debating or asking questions about a particular bill, it should be related to the bill. And so I'm sure that the honourable member is going to bring it around back to the bill. And so the honourable member, Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If it costs a farmer more to grow food and costs a trucker more to ship food, it's going to cost families more to buy food to feed their children. When the Bank of Canada Governor, Tiff Macklem, appeared on Monday before Finance Committee, my colleague, the member for Northumberland Peterborough South, asked the Governor how the carbon tax affects inflation. Governor Macklem said that that's really 2 separate questions.
Point of order, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
very much, Madam Speaker. I think you just instructed the member to stay on track per the discussion at hand, which is about ensuring that children do not go hungry in school. And then as soon as she gave that instruction, the member continued on with the speech as though that was not heard. So I seek your advice for the member to have clear instructions on how to follow the rules in this House.
I just want to remind members that there is some flexibility when it comes to debate, and I know that the honourable member just brought it back to where it was pertaining how it pertains to the debate itself, and so I will allow the honourable member to continue her speech. The honourable member for Elgin, for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Governor Macklem said there's two separate questions. The governor said, and I quote, "How much are the increases in the carbon tax adding to inflation each year?" And the member is about 0.15 percentage points of inflation. And that's the direct impact on those three components.
I'm sure that the honourable member, so point of order, the honourable member for Vancouver East, but I'm sure that I'm sure it's on the same point of order.
Yeah, I'm just trying to seek clarity from you, Madam Speaker, on what is the topic at hand that we're supposed to be discussing and whether or not the member is actually following those rules.
Yeah. So I just, again, want to indicate that there is some flexibility as to what a member speaks about during her speech or his speech when they are showing the relevance to the bill. And so I'm sure that the honourable member will be mentioning the bill and will be adding to the fact how this actually impacts the bill that's before the House. Another point of order, the honourable member for, I'm sorry, is the honourable member in his space, in his chair? If not, I can't recognize him. So, sorry. You have to be in your seat in order to be recognized. The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, I'm sure that she's bringing it back around.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The three components the governor referred to were those raised by my colleague were gasoline, diesel fuel, and natural gas. And Governor Macklem continued.
Order, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
So, Madam Speaker, the kind of behavior I've seen from the Conservative parties, first the leader of the Conservative Party refusing to sit down, there seems to be a total disregard for rules and the Speaker of the House. I'm starting to get frustrated. This is an important matter. Kids starving when they're going to school. For some respect for families and kids that are struggling, can we actually talk about children being hungry in schools and stay on topic?
So I just want to indicate.
This is Standing Order 11.2, Madam Speaker, that is constantly being disregarded.
Yeah, so I think that the honourable member is basically bringing up a point of debate as opposed to a point of order. I just want to say that there is some flexibility as to relevancy, and so I think that we just need to allow the honourable member to continue with her speech for a bit to make sure that it does speak to the relevancy. And I see the honourable member for Brandon Souris is also getting up on a point of order.
Yes, thank you. Point of order, Madam Speaker. And of course, this is. I'd be surprised if the NDP weren't embarrassed that their coalition with the Liberal Party because of the inflation that's been caused.
I think that we are no, this is not. I've already ruled on the point of order, and I've indicated this is now becoming more of a point of debate. I will allow the honourable member to continue on with her speech, and I know that there's going to be some relevancy there, and I will allow her to do that. The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try again. At this rate, eliminating the carbon tax by the Bank of Canada. Pardon me, Madam Speaker, can I please revert back to the page before and start my time? Because I've been interrupted about 5
points of order. The time was stopped, and so it has not impacted on the honourable member's time.
Thank you. Governor Macklem continued, and I quote, "The second question you asked me was what would the effect be on inflation if the carbon tax was eliminated? And that would create a one-time drop in inflation of 0.6 percentage points. So let me say that again. If the carbon tax were eliminated, that would result in a drop in inflation of 0.6 percentage points. The overall inflation rate is currently at about 3.2%. And at that rate, eliminating the carbon tax by the Bank of Canada governor's estimate would reduce inflation by more than 18%. The lead author of Canada's Food Price Report 2023, Dr. Sylvain Charlebois, has pointed out that the carbon tax has made business expenses going up. Up and down the food chain, Dr. Charlebois points to, and I quote, a compounding effect, unquote, as the supply chain is exposed to increased costs from the carbon tax. So let's take a look at that supply chain and why food is costing more. The carbon tax increases costs for heating greenhouses, dairies, poultry, and hog barns. It increases costs for running machinery necessary for production operations, especially electricity. In fact, in 2020, according to Statistics Canada, production costs for greenhouses were up 31.8% above the 10-year average. And in 2021, the latest year for which facts are available from Statistics Canada, greenhouse costs were up over 9.3% over 2020. Electricity costs for greenhouses were up in 2021 by 8.2% over 2020. Other fuel costs were up 7.7% in 2020 over 2020. In case anybody does not see that this is a problem, Statistics Canada reports that as of 2021...
A point of order, the Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you have incredible patience. The first intervention was made about 5 minutes ago, asking the Honourable Member to have the respect to speak to the bill from our colleague, an important bill, which has no link to the carbon tax, etc. And so I think that out of respect for this institution, it is important that we cut off the member in her speech. The Conservative Party laughed this afternoon, laughed at the Speaker by remaining standing for a number of minutes without any intervention or consequences. And so now, once again, we are in the same situation, which is completely unacceptable. So the member must be made to stop speaking. I feel that these points of order are more points of debates. I've already mentioned that there is latitude for this.
The honourable member, maybe to throughout her speech, she should be mentioning a bit on how this impacts. Okay, how this is with reference to the bill itself. There is again, some flexibility, as I've indicated, but as to the relevancy as how this impacts the bill, which is an act to develop a national framework to establish a school food program. And so I just want to make sure that the honourable member is aware of that, and that honourable members recognize that there is some flexibility as to how we get there, but specific to the bill. Still another point of order? Okay, the honourable member for Grande Prairie Mackenzie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate you ruling in that way. I do believe that there is an additional point of order. The number of times that my colleague has been interrupted during her speech clearly has to do with the price of food in Canada today. That's one of the underlying reasons, of course. I just, Madam Speaker, would ask, I know that you'd like me to get to the point, I'd like you to rule as to when it becomes harassment in this House, when there's constant points of order interrupting a speech that is clearly on the subject at hand.
Again, I don't think that it's I think that the honourable members who are raising a point of order are trying to see where the honourable member is going with her speech. And so, as I indicated, there is some leniency of relevancy, and if members remember correctly, it would be good to reference the bill every once in a while. And so I would ask the honourable member to maybe consider that. But again, I think that, everybody has a right to rise on the point of order. And again, I just want to ask the member to kind of bring it back towards the bill, and I would just leave it at that. So the honourable member for Lambton Kent Middlesex, it hasn't affected her time. She still has 4.5 minutes to complete.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it does impact the bill because every step along the way, families wouldn't need a government program if they could afford to buy food. Right. And I'm getting there. Yes. It costs more to put inputs into food for farmers. It's going to cost more for families to buy food for their kids. Why are 2 million people in a month going to a food bank? They shouldn't need to. It's because of the policies of this government. We wouldn't need this kind of program, Madam Chair, if food inflation wasn't so high. If the carbon tax wasn't on everything to the point where people can't afford to live, they can't afford to buy food, Madam Speaker. If it costs overhead to heat greenhouses, if it costs farmers overhead to heat their barns, of course the price of food is going to go up. And it's going to be hard for families to afford nutritious food because farmers need to make money too when they're trying to sell their crops. They have to pass it on to consumers. So if anybody doesn't see that the carbon tax increases the production cost of food, they're choosing not to see this. So again, if it costs a farmer more to grow food, it costs truckers more to ship the food, it costs families more to buy food, and they should be able to buy food with the money in their pockets that they take home and their wages. But this government is making it unaffordable for families, and we wouldn't need this government program if families could afford to buy their food. Madam Chair, families are seeing unaffordable price increases on the food they buy for their loved ones year over year, and almost daily I'm hearing in my office from folks, young and old, who are having difficulty getting by. Many don't have enough to buy their groceries or pay their heating bill or their rent or their mortgages, and more families are visiting food banks. Food bank usage hit another record high in 2023 with 2 million using a food bank in a single month. 2 million people cannot eat and satisfy their hunger with fluff reports or studies. Canadian consumers face inflation on food to 8 to 9% year over year. Again, 20% of Canadians report skipping a meal each day. What they need is lower grocery prices so that they can afford to feed their families. Meanwhile, this government just wants to tax to the max with 2 carbon taxes plus HST. So enough. Canadians deserve better than a Prime Minister and a government that just sees the going through the motions. The Prime Minister can deny it all he wants, but Canadians know that inflation is real. The Bank of Canada governor also said something last Monday at Finance Committee about how government spending affects the ability of the bank to bring inflation down. The governor indicated that government spending makes it more difficult for the bank to hold the line and bring the inflation rate down. And as a result, monthly mortgage payments for Canadian families are rising as they renew their mortgages. Their mortgage interest rates are almost double or more what the interest rate was to their previous renewal. High taxes, increased red tape, and bureaucracy have driven investment out of Canada, causing our economy to slide each year with a continued low Canadian dollar, making everything bought from our largest trading partner, the U.S., more expensive. Canada is on track to be one of the most unproductive and least prosperous countries in the OECD. The International Monetary Fund listed Canada as having the 6th worst misery index out of 35 industrialized countries. So simply put, the higher the score, the worse the economic situation. Canada's score is the 6th highest. But the NDP Liberal Party don't want to talk about any of this. They want to make it appear as though they're helping, even though the NDP Liberals are the cause of unaffordable prices and people's misery. That's why the Leader of the Opposition and we on this side of the House have been holding the Prime Minister to account and his government for spending and inflation. Madam Speaker, can there be any doubt? It's time for a real change from the inflationary, all too costly coalition of the NDP Liberal government. And to sum up Bill C-322, it's better suited to being put forward in a provincial legislature than in the national parliament. But for the member for Katie Bathurst is truly serious about helping Canadian families to afford nutritious food for their tables, he should persuade his colleagues to reduce food costs by axing the carbon tax. Thank you.
Resuming debate,
the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, children are a national treasure. They are our greatest asset. They're the adults of tomorrow, and we must help them reach their full potential to ensure that our society in the future is better than the society that we have today. This has been the challenge of every generation since the dawn of time, to make sure that the next generation has a better life, and we cannot fail in our task. I know that nobody here will be surprised to hear me say that eating, access to food, is a basic need. It's one of the 3 needs at the base of the Maslow pyramid. And it should also be at the base of our thinking when we have a decision to make when it comes to voting for or against this bill. This brings us back to thinking about what is the most important. So at the base of this pyramid, we find the basic needs of housing, clothing, and food. And if any of those needs is not adequately met, a person cannot reach the next level of the pyramid, which is the level of security. And they wouldn't be able to reach any of the other levels either, obviously. The need to belong, the need for self-esteem, and the need for fulfillment. A child who can't have breakfast in the morning isn't able to concentrate. A child who can't eat in the morning is often sad, sometimes aggressive, sometimes apathetic. It's hard to make friends when you are dealing with these emotions. It's also hard to socialize at school. These challenges have a direct impact on a child's self-esteem. They also affect the people that the child is going to trust or not. And their own self-esteem and trust is affected, and they have a harder time making good relationships. They don't feel confident at school. They can't realize their full potential. It's very difficult. It's very difficult for them to be fully invested in what they're doing when they have an empty stomach. Having a full stomach is necessary to be able to do that. Now, Madam Speaker, I was a teacher for 18 years, and through those 18 years, I also coordinated the Agir Autrement, or Behave Differently, intervention strategy for disadvantaged areas. Now, these are areas which are either economically at a disadvantage or culturally at a disadvantage, and what that means is that within families, there are members of the family or young members of the family who haven't reached a high school level. And so it's hard for those families to pass on the value of good education to their children. Often those families also are facing financial hardship. So to answer the colleague asked by my colleague from Acadie Bathurst earlier, why are there schools that don't have support and who aren't able to offer food? Well, I saw a situation where there was a small school that wanted to put in place a kitchen that would provide food and help students learn how to make their own food. It would cost tens of thousands of dollars to put that kitchen into place, and it wasn't even guaranteed that we'd be able to have somebody who'd be able to help the kids. And that was in a disadvantaged area, an area that had 10 out of 10 on the scale of being disadvantaged. And so this was a situation where it was a truly disadvantaged area, and we weren't able to put in place a kitchen because the costs were just too high. So I've seen the consequences over the short, medium, and long term when there's a lack of access to food among young people in our rich society. And, because this is a rich society, the lack of access to food has different consequences than it would, say, in a country that isn't as rich as ours. So when somebody's hungry, we see signs of fatigue, irritability, impatience, poor concentration, dizziness, headaches, and it can lead to aggressivity, cardiac arrhythmia, and other situations. For girls, it can cause an end to menstruation. Some people might say that you don't need to be hungry to see those signs in somebody, or that somebody doesn't need to be hungry to see those signs, and that's true, but they're major hints that there's a lack of food. And I'll give you an example, a real case. I'm not going to name the person for obvious reasons. So when you've been teaching for 18 years, you see everything. You see every kind of situation. And, we have to ask questions. We have to listen. So this person, their family situation had changed very suddenly. And finances had become tight on both sides. And that person had realized that there wasn't a lot of food in the cupboard at home. And so this person skipped meals to make sure that other members of the family would be able to eat throughout the week.
Their lunch was nothing or just one piece of fruit. Dinner was nothing. Perhaps a slice of bread from the cafeteria, what I call plastic bread, not the freshest of breads in any case. She would eat even less, so that her family could use the food she didn't eat for their lunch the next day. This person, this individual, followed. This person experienced a change in morphology. Significant changes in morphology. When she stopped eating, she was tired. She was emotionally fragile on top of what she was living through with her family. She was emotionally fragile. It was adolescence. She found things very difficult. And some brainless people would call her names. She was a terrible human. She was, they called her fat. They called her someone who looked like a building because of her morphology. And so she started hating her own body. Had she been able to eat, she would have had the strength to answer and say, well, it's called growing up. My body is going to change. She didn't, because she wouldn't eat, and so she didn't have the energy. At the end of the day, it led to anxiety, performance anxiety. She had to go to hospital. When she became an adult, this led to body issues. Something as banal as to say, well, there's not a lot of food at home and I'm going to skip meals so that everyone can eat, can lead to psychological problems, serious psychological problems once one becomes an adult. But a positive note, I've seen her recently. She's doing well. She's regained control of her life. She has a family. She has a good job. Yes, sometimes the demons come back. Yes, sometimes she doesn't like what she sees in the mirror, but she is proud of the progress she has been able to make. And she's proud of the fact that she has a family that doesn't experience what she did, but there's still a subjacent fear. She fears that a single issue could make her family slip back into what she experienced. So the bill is very interesting for youth throughout Canada, people who need support, who need support at school. And school is the perfect place to do it because it can be part of our education. It's part of our socialization. It's part of a school's mandate at the end of the day. That being said, we have a constitution. Education and health is clearly of Quebec and provincial jurisdictions. This bill is a good one, but there's just one sentence, one clause that isn't there. Yes, in the preamble it says that the bill goes into provincial matters. It's in the preamble. There should be a clause that allows a province to withdraw with full compensation. That way, Quebec would be able to manage its own food programs. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was so interested that I wasn't looking at the time.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to congratulate my honourable colleague on his bill, an act to develop a national school food program for children. Myself, along with my colleague from Vancouver Kingsway, put forward a similar bill in this Parliament to push forward a school food program. And this is something that has been called on by experts and advocates for a long time, for many years, to develop a national school meal program, because Canada continues to be one of the few industrial countries not to have such a program or national standards. And we actually ranked 37th out of 41 wealthy countries in terms of providing school children with nutritious food, according to the 2017 UNICEF study. And in fact, if you add First Nations communities, which are often left out of these statistics, Canada falls even further behind. Something that is shameful, Madam Speaker, in a country as rich as Canada. Prior to teaching at the university, in the Faculty of Education, somewhere where I taught for many years, I actually taught in schools. I taught in an inner city school where, as a new teacher, I noticed that the kids in the classroom that I was teaching had sometimes significant behavioral issues. And then I realized what the root of the problem was. The root of the problem was that the kids going to school in my class were hungry. They couldn't learn. Their learning was impaired. And because of their hunger, they became disruptive in the classroom. So one of my first lessons as a new teacher to control behavior in my classroom was to ensure that kids weren't hungry. And so I put in a toaster with bread and granola bars and apples. I didn't make the kids ask for food. I respected their dignity. And I respected the dignity of their families who were doing the best they could at the time but could not afford food. Because this is not a new problem. And besides what Conservatives try and poll indicating that this is a new problem, it was under a Conservative government, in fact, that my kids in the classroom were going to school hungry. It's about a dilapidated, archaic social safety net that is keeping families further behind. One of the reasons I put forward a bill for a guaranteed livable basic income, Bill C-223, the same bill as Senator Kim Pate has put forward on her side, to put forward in place a guaranteed livable basic income. Because in a country as rich as Canada, nobody should go to school hungry. And this basic human right to food security should not be denied to anybody, especially children. Especially children whose learning is impacted in schools because they are literally starving. Now, putting a toaster, I know in my classroom, having bread and fruit, I noticed the kids in my classroom, instead of being disruptive, they were attentive. Instead of feeling demoralized by having to share that there wasn't enough food in their home, they could, with dignity, just eat. I said to them, you know what? If you're hungry, just take food. I need snacks all the time. We get hungry, just help yourself. I'll make sure to have this in my classroom. And boy, what a difference I saw in these bright, dynamic, inspiring, courageous young people who had so many barriers. It was amazing they made it to class, let alone having a basic human right to food security being a barrier to the learning that they were trying to do in my classroom. Because like I said, no child should attend school on an empty stomach. Now, The Liberals first promised this national school program in 2019, but 4 years later, thanks to their colleague, they put forward a private member's bill, but they still haven't delivered. Kids still go to school hungry. And the Conservatives completely silent on the issue. In fact, in this debate today, instead of focusing and fighting to ensure that kids don't have to go to school hungry, they make everything about oil and gas, something that I made a point of order earlier, Madam Speaker, because it is unacceptable that even on the backs of kids' human rights, we take this time to politicize kids' hunger. It infuriates me today, Madam Speaker, when even we're talking about kids' hunger, we're talking about oil and gas. So the NDP, we've been on this page long before the Liberal promise, long before this bill, and we are going to keep advocating for the creation of a national school food program that ensures that every child has access to nutritious, healthy food. Every family has access to nutritious, healthy food by addressing gaps in our social safety net. Gaps that haven't kept up with inflation, gaps that leave families behind. And while we politicize every issue in this place very often, to my disappointment and to the disappointment certainly of families in Winnipeg Centre, where we have compete for the highest child poverty rates in an urban centre in the country. We need to make time for them. That is our job in this House, to fight for those who have elected us. Now, we know EIA rates have not kept up. We know that they have not kept up, and now families more than ever are choosing between food and rent. Now, families more than ever are experiencing the first time being unsheltered. The first time being unsheltered, and as a result, having to literally depend on food banks to get fed. This is unacceptable. We should never need food banks because people should always be given enough to have their basic human rights met. We have a constitution in this country, Madam Speaker, that everybody should live with security and in dignity, a principle, a law, a fundamental law in our Constitution which we fail to uphold. Why we need right now food programs in schools, something that a bill that the NDP will support, Madam Speaker, a bill that the NDP will support, but the Liberals need to put in place. So many children in this country are going hungry. The fact that certain kids in this country, there's a human rights case, depending on immigration status, don't even get the Canada Child Benefit, are even more hungry. We need to address these issues of poverty in this country because we cannot politicize human rights in this place constantly. Not everything is the political soundbite. Not everything is the thing to get in the media about. Sometimes we need to be in touch with our basic humanity, especially when we're talking about the hunger of children in this country. The reason that I felt a need to make a point of order in this House, because this is an issue that we shouldn't even be debating in this House right now. So I think it's time, as I come to the end of my remarks, not to delay. I want to congratulate the member on putting forward this bill, and I want him to know that our party will be supporting your bill. And I hope the Conservatives, if they're so worried about families, support this bill. Make sure that we update the social safety net, start with the sound bites, and make sure no child in this country ever goes to school hungry. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
La période prévue pour l'étude des affaires.
The time provided for Prom's business has now come to an end.
Ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour. Adoption de rapport de comité, reprise du débat.
Resuming debate on the amendment from Mr. Brock with regards to motion 38, with regards to the adoption of the 6th report of the Standing Committee on International Trade.
If there's going to be any discussions, I would ask the honourable members to take it out. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Terrebonne had 9 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'd like to take the floor again, a speech that I was unable to finish a few days ago. Let's go back to the beginning in even less time. Let's establish a timeline of ArriveCAN. First of all, on the 29th of April 2020, ArriveCAN begins nationally. It took a number of months before it became mandatory. So anyone who would come into Canada would need to register and use ArriveCAN. Everyone who left the territory and who came back to Canada realized that ArriveCAN wasn't a very sophisticated app. On the 24th of October 2022, CBSA showed the cost of the application on its website, $55 million over 3 years. Cost totaled more than $55 million over 3 years from 2020 to 2023. This includes $80,000 for the first mobile version, $8.6 million for 70 updates. 70 updates. That's a lot of updates, Madam Speaker, especially for an application that is rather simple. $7.9 million to manage data, $6.2 million to store information on the cloud. That's a lot of money, Madam Speaker. On the 31st of October 2022, pursuant to a motion adopted by the Government Operations Committee, the CBSA gave an update of non-salary fees linked to ArriveCAN and the name of companies that got contracts to enact the application. In November 2022, 1 day before the adoption of this motion, the House here adopted a motion so that the Auditor General begin a study and an audit on ArriveCAN, a motion that was adopted as a majority but not unanimously. On the 23rd of January 2023, about 2 months thereafter, Justin Trudeau himself, the Prime Minister, when he was asked, stated that contracts were granted in an illogical and inefficient way. On the 4th of October 2023, so about less than 1 month ago, the Globe and Mail published 2 articles, allegations of misconduct when it came to granting IT contracts, this by the CBSA. 12th of October, the committee where I sit, Public Accounts Committee, met in an emergency meeting for an extraordinary session in order to make sure that information gathered by Globe and Mail would be taken into consideration by the Auditor General, who has been mandated to audit the matter. The chair of our committee explains that he convened this meeting after an RCMP investigation on the matter. The report, Madam Speaker, the auditor's report. There's a lot of noise behind me. I would like to be able to give my speech in a conducive environment. I'm sure it wasn't intentional, but the honourable member has made sure that there is quiet. I'm sure that they are apologetic for the noise. The honourable member for Terrebonne. All it took was a glare from myself, Madam Speaker. The audit report was to be published this month, but with new allegations that have been proffered by the newspapers. The Auditor General announced during that extraordinary session that the publication of the audit would be delayed to this winter. Just a condensate, therefore, Madam Speaker. The article said as follows. It was very interesting. It's true journalism, Madam Speaker. Deep journalism, as is what we need in our democracy. 2 IT specialists saw dubious behaviour in the process of public funds disbursement when granting contracts. They got money in the contract that they hadn't even signed themselves. That was signed without them knowing.
Il y a aussi eu les liens avec du personnel de l'Agence des services frontaliers canadiens et...
And the business GC strategy. GC strategy has, in fact, been harmed by this scandal, possible scandal. So the GC strategy company has been possibly linked with having transferred data to third parties and unknown parties. So that's really shady practices because people put their personal information into a government platform, but that data may have been transferred in dangerous ways. And Madam Speaker, this scandal can be added to the $75 million ArriveCan scandal last year. That is a very big amount for just an app. But moreover, the contracts for developing the app were questionable. So we are really looking forward to the Auditor General's report. The last point that I would like to bring up related to the special meeting we had is that it was reported by the Globe and Mail that the CBSA was warned about questionable practices by some federal public servants. So they themselves, the CBSA, decided to undertake an investigation. So the CBSA and the RCMP launched investigations into ArriveCan, in addition to the audit by the Auditor General. But what's incredibly worrisome is that we had a meeting during which we talked to the Auditor General, and I asked her a question, and she answered that she didn't even know that those 2 investigations were ongoing. The Auditor General herself, Madam Speaker, was unaware. She had not even been informed, even though that was her task. The House had tasked her to audit ArriveCan, but she wasn't aware of the CBSA and RCMP investigations. So the left hand isn't talking to the right. But that's typical of this government, not consulting with relevant stakeholders. I think it's questionable to not even inform the Auditor General that these investigations were ongoing. So, Madam Speaker, ArriveCan has been, since its very beginnings, very clear evidence of the government's poor management, because from the outset, we knew that the application was very expensive. And then, almost a year later, we learned something through a Globe and Mail article. The Auditor General confirmed that she was not aware that the CBSA and the RCMP were investigating. After the articles were published, we were able to organize a special meeting. That said, the Auditor General's report hasn't yet been published. So we want to know why people insist on always talking about this application. We feel that the Auditor General should be able to do her job with the collaboration of all departments, of course, but we, the Parliament, gave her a task, so we want to wait for her report to be published so that we can finally shed light on things, get to the bottom of things, and understand what really happened with ArriveCan. We know that there were questionable practices, but we don't know exactly what happened. So we need professionals and third parties to investigate and get to the bottom of it. So, Madam Speaker, this government voted against our motion for the Auditor General to conduct an investigation. So that is negative for democracy. The government is also tabling motion after motion. In fact, the opposition is constantly tabling motions. For example, this motion, even though the Auditor General is already seized with the matter. So are the Conservatives trying to block our work as parliamentarians? Because we would like to do some serious work and get down to work. The Conservatives today are not acting like a party that deserves to form government. We are the only party that is responsible in this place. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll take issue with my colleagues' comments on our role as the opposition. I, in fact, called at International Trade Committee the study of ArriveCAN in the winter of 2022. That's why we're here today, because of the negative impact that that application had on the tourism community. I say that during COVID, we lost 2 years because of COVID. We lost a third year in our tourism year because of the ArriveCAN app and its implications on the tourism sector. So my question is this: what were the impacts on the tourism community in your riding? Why is it that you're criticizing us for wanting to continue to raise a fact that helped to alleviate the concerns that we're trying to look at with the tourism sector?
I do want to remind the member that he's to address questions and comments to the chair, through the chair, and not directly to the member. L'honorable député de Terrebonne.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our party's stance is that there may have been problems with the tourism industry, and the tourism industry may have had to pay for the application, may have been impacted by the application. That said, we're supposed to be debating many other issues, and currently we're debating committee reports while we should be making progress with bills. So why in committees are Conservatives tabling motion after motion, which really prevents us from doing serious work? Questions and comments?
Comments. Questions and comments? Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to rise here this evening to speak to a report produced by the House of Commons Standing Committee on International Trade, of which I am a proud member. And to be exact, this is a Conservative motion to concur in the 6th report on the Committee on International Trade entitled The ArriveCAN Digital Tool Impacts on Certain Canadian Sectors. And I'll say off the top that I became a member of the committee while this study was underway about a year ago, so I wasn't present during some of the testimony, but I did take part in the meetings that drafted the report back early this spring. This report, as its name implies, is focused on the trade implications of the ArriveCAN app, the travel implications. The effect that the application had on travel back and forth across the Canadian border during the COVID pandemic. And as we all know, the COVID pandemic hit North America in March 2020, and it closed this place here in the House of Commons March 13th. And a week later, on March 20th, the governments of Canada and the United States agreed to temporarily restrict all non-essential travel across the Canada-US border. The pandemic had huge impacts on the Canadian economy, and much of those impacts arose from the restrictions that were placed on crossing the Canada-US border. And the report we're debating today summarizes testimony about the ArriveCAN app received by the committee during its study. The report was divided into 3 sections, the first providing information about the impacts of ArriveCAN on Canada's border crossings, the second about impacts of the use of ArriveCAN on certain sectors, particularly tourism. And the third section presents the views of witnesses about proposed government actions that could support the recovery of specific sectors affected by the mandatory use of ArriveCAN. So the ArriveCAN app was launched in April 2020. It allowed travelers entering Canada to input their quarantine plans and later their vaccination information, thus digitizing the information collected through the paper form that travelers had to complete before that time. And on November 21st, 2020, the use of the ArriveCan app became mandatory for travelers entering into Canada. So travelers could not then use the paper forms that they could have used before then. And I have to point out here that it was not so much the use of the ArriveCan app that affected travelers, but the fact that for almost 2 years, from November 21st, 2020 to September 30th, 2022, the app was mandatory. You had to use it to cross the border. So everyone crossing the border into Canada was required to use the app. They could not fill out their information on the paper forms that had been used initially in the pandemic. And I also want to point out again that this study was restricted to the impacts of the mandatory use of this app. Many other pandemic measures had negative impacts on the economic sectors and industries in Canada. Vaccine mandates, COVID testing, all impacted the ability and speed with which people could cross the border. Also, this study did not cover the development of the ArriveCan app that we have heard so much about in this debate. That aspect was studied and is being studied by other committees in the House of Commons, and more about that later. But the International Trade Committee study that we're debating here tonight was concerned with the impact that ArriveCan had on certain sectors, and I would say particularly tourism. So what were some of those impacts? Well, I think the most obvious one is that when you create an application that can only be used on smartphones or tablets, then make it mandatory, it has an immediate impact on anyone who doesn't own a smartphone or a tablet, or even those who find using smartphones a challenge beyond the simple act of answering the phone or looking at email, that kind of thing. So I'm a bit surprised that when the government was deciding to make the ArriveCan app mandatory, no one seemed to have asked the obvious question. What about those people that don't own smartphones? And seniors are clearly a group of people that broadly fit that category. And this problem caused a lot of delays at border crossings, especially land border crossings. I want to reiterate here, this apparently was, the app was created to save time. But I think on the whole, in many ways, it caused delays, certainly from the traveler's point of view. And I've heard a lot about it from my constituents, as I have 6 land border crossings in my riding, probably the most in the country for any riding. And my constituents are used to traveling back and forth across the border for business, for shopping, and for tourism. And my riding is very reliant on the tourism industry. And many of my constituents were affected by the requirement to use the ArriveCan app. And one of the additional problems in my riding is that several of the border crossings are found in areas without cell coverage, so that people couldn't use the app at the border. They couldn't load their data at the border because they didn't have any way to use their phone there. There was no cell coverage. Or in some places there is cell coverage, but it's from cell towers in Washington State, so they're paying extra roaming charges. And all this resulted in extra work for travelers and border agents alike. And Mark Weber, who is the national president of the Customs and Immigration Union, representing the people working at the border, said in testimony, "What I can tell you is that the numbers provided to you earlier by the CBSA," that's the group that was organizing this, the use of this app, said that 99% of air travelers and 94% of land travelers have the app completed. They're absolutely false. Those numbers are the percentages completed after we help them complete with the app. In the Eastern Townships branches, the numbers were closer to 60%, for example. So the numbers of people, the percentage of travelers who could do all this on their own were much lower than the 95% that CBSA reported. And he goes on to say, overall, we're looking at closer to 75 to 80% having it completed. Essentially, our officers are now largely work as IT consultants. You have land borders that have essentially become parking lots with us helping people complete the app. So Mr. Weber's point was that it would have been quicker and more efficient for those who couldn't use the app to simply continue providing the paper form information about quarantine plans and showing their proofs of vaccination to CBSA officers rather than having to help them enter the information on phones they didn't have or didn't know how to use. And workers in duty-free stores also had to help travelers with the app. And I want to remind people, it wasn't entirely, completely straightforward how to use the app. I have two smartphones that I use every day, so I think of myself as pretty tech savvy. And I remember when I first had to use ArriveCan, it wasn't all that straightforward. I had to figure out how to save my vaccination certificates as images and then find those images on my phone and then upload them to the app. And I could see how someone not familiar with those processes would have trouble. So seniors and other people like them who weren't used to using their phones were adversely impacted. And this is both Canadian seniors returning to Canada and American seniors trying to visit Canada. And as border crossing restrictions were lifted and more people were trying to cross the border on day trips, the difficulties were exacerbated. For one thing, the app asked for an address in Canada where the traveler would quarantine if needed. This requirement forced day trippers from the US really to lie because they had no real Canadian address to put into the app. And we heard one story of a bus full of American seniors planning to spend the day on the more scenic Canadian side of Niagara Falls, turning around at the border because of the ArriveCan requirements. So the mandatory use of ArriveCan impacted travel across the border and particularly impacted tourism. There are data I could cite that clearly show the immense impact on tourism that the COVID pandemic had in general, but it's hard to parse out the exact economic impact of the ArriveCan app itself. And I'm not only the NDP critic for international trade, but I'm also the critic for small business and tourism. So this report has some important recommendations about the app in general and also about how the government could respond to support the tourism industry that is still recovering from the COVID pandemic. And I'm just going to read some of the recommendations in full so you can get a sense of them. Recommendation 1 was that the Government of Canada ensure the safety and security of Canadians by continuing with its ongoing efforts designed to modernize Canada's borders, including through the use of appropriate digital and non-digital tools and through the provision of adequate human and other resources. These efforts should be informed by consultations with relevant stakeholders, during which particular attention should be paid to concerns about the potential for significant disruptions, confusions, or delays at Canadian ports of entry. The focus should be airports and land crossing, including international bridges, end quote. And so to this recommendation, I would comment that I think we should encourage travelers to use digital tools when crossing the border by making these tools easy to use and ensure their use will make the traveler's entry into Canada easier for them, quicker, more efficient, and that will result in more people using the tools. The lesson from ArriveCan is that making digital tools mandatory will almost always result in unintended negative consequences. Recommendation 2, that the Government of Canada enhance its efforts designed to increase domestic and international awareness that Canada has removed COVID-19 related public health measures, including the mandatory use of ArriveCan. These efforts should occur in collaboration with other governments and relevant stakeholders in Canada and should also be focused on the US market. And as a comment to that, I would say we are well past the era of COVID restrictions now, long enough that I think this recommendation is more or less moot by now. But it was important at the time, a year ago when we were writing these recommendations. Recommendation 3, that the Government of Canada ensure that international bridge authorities and commissions, as well as duty-free stores in Canada, are eligible for federal financial support if the government decides to close for any length of time the borders that Canada shares with the United States. And to this recommendation, I'd like to comment on the incredible impact that the COVID pandemic had on one sector within the tourism sector, and that is land-based duty-free stores. My constituent, Cam Bissonnette, has 2 duty-free stores and has found his business in an essentially impossible position when the borders were closed because of COVID. The biggest impact, I would say, on any sector in Canada. So for months on end, his business suffered a decline of over 95% in revenue, and he and others in his sector were stuck with perishable inventory that they couldn't legally sell to anyone. And while things have improved slowly since the borders were open, the devastating impact of those times when the borders were closed have made it almost impossible for he and others in that sector to survive. And I'll simply add that I think the duty-free sector is generally misunderstood by the federal government in several ways, and would ask that the government listen to their concerns very carefully. So recommendation 4 was that the Government of Canada enhance safety and security, reduce delays and backlogs, improve processing times at Canadian ports of entry through considering the recruitment of additional Canada Border Services Agency officers to serve at international bridges, maritime ports, airports, and other ports of entry. I'll just say this is something the NDP has been calling for years. Recommendation 5, that the Government of Canada fill positions that are currently vacant on Destination Canada's Board of Directors, recognizing that the summer 2023 tourism season will be the first season since summer 2019 without COVID-19 related public health measures. These vacancies should be filled as soon as possible. So that takes us through the report that we're being asked to concur in, to agree with this evening. Now, I have to mention the amendment that the Conservatives had made to their own motion. This amendment would send the report back to the International Trade Committee to add a study in of the scandals surrounding the creation of ArriveCan, how it was made, the contracts that were put out, mentioned in the previous speech by my colleague from the Bloc from Terrebonne. You know, this scandal is a very serious issue. It deserves to be studied thoroughly here in the House of Commons, and it in fact is being studied in the Government Operations Committee, and we heard also in Public Accounts. In fact, it was studied there a year ago, and that study has been reopened to cover these latest allegations. And that's where it should be studied, or the Ethics Committee, since the scandal is an incredible mess of seeming blatant corruption. But suffice to say that the NDP is very much in favor of the House of Commons getting to the bottom of this scandal, and I have faith in the members of the Government Operations Committee or Public Accounts or Ethics in doing just that. What I really think we don't need is to study it again in the International Trade Committee as well, calling the same witnesses, coming to the same conclusions as these other committees will likely do. The International Trade Committee has some important business on its plate now, including study of the new Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. Adding in this business something that is not at all related to international trade, something that's already being studied at government operations and public accounts, would literally be a waste of time. So I'll finish here by simply saying that I'm very much in favor of the main motion to concur in this report, but I am not in favor of the amendment. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague and partner at the committee for his speech. We worked on this speech together. And if there are new facts that come out, obviously we'll continue to look into this, but could my colleague speak a little bit more about why the Trade Committee isn't necessarily the best place to look at this issue, even though it's an important and major scandal?
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. And as I was saying, at the International Trade Committee, that committee is there to study issues about international trade. And when we studied the Arrive Can app, thanks to the member from Niagara Falls, I believe, who put forward this motion to study this topic, it fit within the mandate of that committee because it was talking about the travel back and forth across the Canadian border and how that had been restricted in many ways by the mandatory imposition of this app. What the amendment to this motion asks us is to dive into a deep mess of scandals surrounding the creation of the app. And that is much more something that government operations should study, public accounts, ethics. That's where this should occur, and it is occurring. If it wasn't occurring there, we would be asking that those committees study that. But we don't have to because they're already studying it. I asked one member of the Government Operations Committee, how long will he be studying it? And he said there's a lot there, probably till the next election. So we think it's important that it be studied. It is being studied, and so we don't need to study it at international trade, which would be outside the mandate of that committee.
Kamata, questions and comments? Resuming debate. The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And before I begin, I quickly want to let you know that I'll be splitting my time with my colleague, the member from Calgary, Mindapore. A lot happened during the years of the COVID-19 pandemic in Canada, which stretched over 3 years from 2020 to 2022. It was a time when this Liberal government tried to give themselves full spending authority in the spring of 2020 without any opposition scrutiny. It was a time when this inept Liberal government thought it was a good idea to prorogue Parliament in the middle of a raging global pandemic later that summer. It was a time that when, after more than a year of social distancing, public health restriction, masking, vaccines, this hypocritical Liberal government plunged the country into a pandemic election. It's truly unthinkable when you go back and look at it. But for these Liberals, it's never been about good and sound policy. It's all been about politics. It was always, and it has always been about politics, which is why we're here this evening, unfortunately, to discuss another disastrous Liberal policy objective, which did little to protect Canadians during the pandemic and almost single-handedly ruined any chance of a tourism recovery in 2022. Speaker, it's an honor for me to sit as a member on the Standing Committee on International Trade. I was assigned to the committee back on February 28, 2022, and we have since covered a wide range of topics and issues impacting Canadian trade. While some people might not realize it, tourism has important elements of trade as an export industry. And when COVID-19 hit our country, tourism was hit first, it was hit the hardest, and we all knew early on that it would take the longest to recover. Fast forward more than 3 years since the federal government agreed to close our international borders, and the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic are still being felt on many parts of Canada's tourism economy. Recovery is not equal. Some areas are recovering more quickly than others, particularly those in rural, remote, and northern communities. Further, thousands of tourism operators across the country continue to struggle with high levels of debt after taking out pandemic loans through no fault of their own, and a tourism visitation base that simply has not returned as strong as it was prior to COVID. Domestically, Canadians are now scaling back their spending and travel plans, impacted by stubborn inflation, increasing carbon taxes, and higher interest rates, which make everything more expensive and life more unaffordable. Internationally, visitors are simply not coming back the way they did before COVID. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, Canada's tourism reputation has been damaged, and our country's overall tourism economy has lost its competitive edge to other countries. For reasons, many related to the Liberal mismanagement of our tourism economy, visitors are simply not making Canada their destination of choice, as they once did. The reputational impact on Canada's tourism industry that were caused by the mandatory use of the Arrive Can app should not be downplayed or ignored. when this dysfunctional $54 million app was made mandatory for anyone entering Canada, the issues faced by travelers were countless, and they were being faced by just about every person trying to arrive here at every point of entry, ranging from major airports to land borders to international bridge crossings. My riding of Niagara Falls is the #1 leisure tourism destination in all of Canada, employing over 40,000 tourism workers, and before the pandemic was generating over $2.1 billion in tourism receipts. My riding includes the city of Niagara Falls, the town of Fort Erie, and the town of Niagara-on-the-Lake. As a border riding, we also have 4 international bridge crossings, with at least 1 bridge in each municipality. From day one, simply put, the ArriveCAN app was an utter failure, and its impact so severe that I felt compelled to bring forward a motion to study the issue at committee. Upon agreement, we undertook this study, which eventually produced the 6th report and the motion and the amendment that we're debating here today. While I sincerely appreciate our committee's work on producing this report, the fact is, new and very troubling information about ArriveCAN has surfaced beyond its astronomical price tag, which now stands at approximately $54 million. These issues should be of great concern to all parliamentarians, partisan politics set aside, no matter what one's political stripe. New allegations of misconduct, including identity theft, forged resumes, contractual theft, fraudulent billings, price fixing, and collusion involving contractors, ghost contractors, and senior bureaucrats have emerged, and Canadian taxpayers deserve answers. Madam Chair, I look forward to hearing from my colleague, the member from Calgary-Mindapore, as she expands on some of these shocking revelations. There is a reason we now call this app and its implications ArriveScam. Given that new information about ArriveCAN has come to light, which we simply cannot ignore, it is only reasonable to support this amendment to the motion to extend the ArriveCAN study to get to the bottom of these issues. As badly as this Liberal NDP coalition want to move on and forget about their mistakes, bad decision-making, and reckless spending, there is still a lot of unfinished business to take care of from the pandemic years, and the ArriveCAN app must be absolutely included in this. Speaker, I see a trend growing here, whether it's their refusal to review $15.5 billion in potentially ineligible pandemic wage benefit payments because it's not worth the effort, or wasting more than $600 million on a risky pandemic election, or not care that $54 million was required to develop the dysfunctional ArriveCAN app, this reckless and wasteful NDP Liberal coalition has become far too complacent with the tax dollars of hardworking Canadians. They must realize they have a spending addiction that is costing Canadians and our country dearly, and it is our job as the opposition to hold this government to account. That's why I support my colleague's amendment to the motion to amend the 6th report to include reference to the $54 million of hard-earned Canadian tax dollars wasted on the application, the inaccurate evidence government officials provided during the committee's investigation, the serious allegations of fraudulent contract practices, and the statement made by the RCMP that they are investigating criminality in the contracts that were awarded, and now that the Auditor General of Canada now wants to update Canadians on where all the money went. Canadians deserve answers. The people of Niagara deserve answers. This government's obstinance in removing the application until the fall of 2022 denied tourism recovery to those in my community and throughout Canada, for which were looking for it so badly. And to add insult to injury, a government that feigned interest in responding to the concerns of our tourism community simply did not care to ensure hardworking Canadian taxpayer dollars would be protected. Instead, we are now continually bombarded by scandalous revelations on how an application, which could have been developed over a weekend, wound up costing Canadians $54 million. After 8 years in office, this tired and inept government and Prime Minister are not worth the cost. Let's get Canadians the answers they deserve. It is simply the common sense thing to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The gentleman for Calgary-Mindapore.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I had the distinct honor during the pandemic of being the Shadow Minister for Transport. and I worked hand in hand with the member who just gave this address, and I'm wondering perhaps if he could comment, given his close proximity to the tourism sector, perhaps the comments that he heard relative to airlines and what they went through at that time, sort of the impacts of the transport sector on tourism during the pandemic. Madam Chair.
The honourable for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague. Being in a border community, I can just relate some of the examples that we have. Those 4 bridge crossings into my community, about our visitor base in terms of tourism in Niagara would be about 30% American, but those American visitors represented 50% of the spend. And the ArriveCan app and the terrible images that it portrayed because of wait times, for example, the glitches that it caused. For example, there were 10,000 Canadians that were told that they had to quarantine because of a glitch that was incorrect. Those type of things halted any attempt at a tourism recovery in 2022. Why did it take the government until October to end the ArriveCan app? People knew it wasn't working. It never worked from day one. And on top of that, they then spent from January to August $400 million on rapid testing capabilities that when we knew infectious disease experts were saying it was not needed. Again, the government was wasting money and denying us the ability, and the people in the tourism community, the ability to recover that they so badly wanted to do.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I work with my colleague on the Trade Committee, but as he knows, we work together and we work well together, but as he knows, we have a lot of work ahead. We're currently studying a Health Canada regulation which applies to Canadian Quebec products and deals with American competition. Then we're going to be studying free trade with Ukraine. After that, we're going to be studying their proposal to concerning the Port of Vancouver. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. We also have some motions from the government dealing with some trade issues. So is it necessary to add to all of this and to delay all of that to go back to a study that we've already done and where the link to international trade is tenuous?
Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague, and I enjoy working with him on the International Trade Committee as well. But if you go back to the study that we undertook, again, we were the first committee to undertake a study on this. The first recommendation asked that the Government of Canada ensure the safety and security of Canadians by continuing with its ongoing efforts designed to modernize Canada's borders, including through the use of appropriate digital and non-digital tools. If we're going to do that, we need to ensure that we get it right. ArriveCan was a disaster. We need to get to the bottom of ArriveCan before we can move and proceed forward to improve the borders and the digital tools that we need moving forward. Why was it allowed to take place? Why did it cost $54 million when people were saying they could have created it over a weekend for a couple of $100,000?
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable for Calgary-Midnapore.
Another phenomenon we saw during the pandemic were Canadians flying out of U.S. border towns as a result of the halt of the airline sector by this government, and I'm sure that had a significant impact on tourism as well, that Canadians were basically sent to 3 neighboring airports. I believe they're Buffalo, Bellevue, and Bellingham. And I just, once again, would like to hear how sort of the shutdown of the airline sector and the driving of Canadians to these border towns affected tourism for Canadians. Again, Madam Speaker.
Brief answer from the Honourable for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague. Again, it was an absolute shame to see what was happening at the Canadian borders. We were essentially driving people to airports such as Buffalo. I had questioned the minister previously, and I jokingly said the Buffalo Chamber of Commerce was going to hold a parade for him because of the additional business he was creating in Buffalo instead of getting their act in order so that we could get people back to Pearson and flying out of Toronto.
Resuming debate, the Honourable for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in this House and speak on behalf of the fine constituents of Calgary, Midnapore, and on such an important issue that truly affects their tax dollars. Madam Speaker, I want you to take a moment and imagine a Lifetime movie. Imagine a Lifetime movie that includes the elements of identity theft, forged resumes, contractual theft, fraudulent contracting, and collusion. Well, Madam Speaker, you don't have to imagine this Lifetime movie because it actually exists. It is the ordeal behind ArriveCan. ArriveCan was created for the cost of $54 million. Experts have said that this app could have been created with simply $200,000 over a weekend, but instead $54 million, Madam Speaker, was spent on this app. And of that $54 million, $11.2 million, Madam Speaker, went to a company called GC Strategies, and $4.3 million, Madam Speaker, went to two companies called Coradix and Dalian. And I'll add that these companies actually have received $80.3 million from the federal government over a significant period of time. So it's very concerning that these companies would receive these large amounts of funding for this $54 million app. So originally, Madam Speaker, this was a issue that was brought to the Government Operations Committee last spring, and I will say, in fact, that the government tried to dismiss this. They tried to sort of write it off as nothing to see here. And our objective at that time, Madam Speaker, was just to try and get value for money for Canadians. But as we have found out, as it has become so much more than that, it's become a search for the truth. And this, of course, was broken by the Globe and Mail's Bill Curry when he broke the story of the RCMP investigating this CBSA contract, and GC Strategies, the group central to the creation of ArriveCan, being the central player in this scandal as well, Madam Speaker, which of course leads to a lot of concern. So the company which is at the center of this is a small company called Bottler, and they actually originally did some work for the Justice Department, but they were eventually reached out to by GC Strategies, by the company at the center of the ArriveCan scandal, to do a pilot for C-65, and it was relative to sexual misconduct. So the developer said that they were first approached by GC Strategies managing partner Kristen Firth via LinkedIn in late 2019. And Mr. Firth said that he was reaching out on behalf of his client, who later said was the CBSA's then director, Cameron McDonald. They said that they later discovered that they were shocked to discover that interacting with GC Strategies and Mr. McDonald for months, the funding for their software approved through an agency contract with another company, Madam Speaker, Dalian, without their knowledge. They said they had never heard of Dalian at that time, and they had never worked with Dalian employees. They said they later discovered that Coradix had submitted forms to the agency about their work experience without their knowledge or permission. For instance, one of the employees said a 2-month summer internship at Deloitte on her resume was inflated in an invoicing points form to say she had 51 months of experience working for an accounting firm. Years of experience was used in federal contracting to determine whether or not a contractor qualifies for the position. It was also used to calculate per diem rates. So this story starts there, Madam Speaker, but it doesn't end there. GC Strategies' Mr. Firth also told these two employees of this company that he could act as a broker to secure a contract with the agency. He also promised he could open doors for them to land contracts with other departments or have their software approved to use across the entire public service, which would be a substantial contract. He explained that he would do this for a fee that is contingent on successfully landing government contracts. This company went on to record record conversations with Mr. Firth. Those recorded conversations show Mr. McDonald this company, Bottler, in February 2020, to please work with Mr. Firth and let Mr. Firth work his magic. The conversations also revealed that Mr. Firth described Mr. McDonald in November 2019 as a friend and said, "I've been with him his whole career in government." Mr. Firth referred to various senior public servants as friends. They said they were asked by Mr. Firth to start working on the project even though they had yet to sign a contract. So we get into the fraudulent contracting piece here. For months, the two employees said they repeatedly denied answers when they asked Mr. Firth for a contract so their legal team could review it. When called to appear last year before Government Operations Committee to answer questions related to ArriveCAN, the topic of discussion today, Mr. Firth said his company had invoiced $44 million in federal contract work with more than 20 different departments over the last 2 years. He said his company had no standalone office and just 2 employees, himself and Darren Anthony. Neither of them perform IT work themselves. Instead, they hire subcontractors to do the work in exchange for a fee of between 15% and 30% of the contract values. You asked me for advice on the key question of why GC Strategies, as the government was struggling to determine why they had chosen GC Strategies, but Mr. McDonald himself said that they're still grappling with who selected GC Strategies. Mr. McDonald's email comments on suggested answers for the executives, the draft answers appeared aimed at convincing MPs that no single person was responsible for selecting GC Strategies, Madam Speaker, yet we know someone selected GC Strategies. Mr. McDonald's comment that we are all, he set up a meeting for Bottler with the Canada Revenue Agency, Correctional Services, Global Affairs, Shared Services Canada, Transport Canada, Treasury Board, and others in an effort to have the software approved as a government-wide project to all public servants. And this is the crux of the concern for myself and my Conservative colleagues, Madam Speaker, is that when we're talking about ArriveCAN, it's a $54 million app, which, once again, we determined that experts say they could have done for $200,000. And here we have the company that received $11 million trying to arrange contracts across all of these other government departments. During this outreach, Mr. Firth introduced them to another consultant named Von Brennan, who Mr. Firth said had extensive government connections in Ottawa. Mr. Brennan recommended they send an email to the Deputy Prime Minister from one of the employees' email accounts. So in addition to the breadth of this fraud, Madam Speaker, we are actually concerned about the level at which individuals were implicated and were informed. The contract for Bottler to provide its services was not a direct contract between Bottler and the Border Services Agency. In fact, Bottler's company name was not mentioned at all, nor was GC Strategies. Instead, the agency relied on a contract with Dalian and Caradix. In separate contracting document between Dalian and GC Strategies, which is not a direct contract with the government, GC Strategies is listed as a subcontractor to Dalian, along with an independent contractor named Patrick Van Abema are listed as consultants. Unannounced to you, as Caradix and Dalian were brought in as a pass, they demanded 15% for doing so. CBSA were pleased at the overall pricing and threatened to pull the contract, Mr. Firth wrote in an email. Your cost plus 15% and 20% for Caradix, I need close to $500,000. I was not prepared to slow down the process and stop our first client from purchasing, so I removed myself from the equation completely and gave them a 15% discount, or excuse me, 15% cut, pardon me. Thank you. By September 2021, Ms. Dutt and Mr. Moore of Bottler had had enough and filed a former misconduct complaint via the September 27th, 2021 mail to Mr. Utano at the CBS agency official that they had been dealing with. And I'll add that this initial complaint was ignored, so they had to go on and do an additional complaint as well. They learned the original contract through which their services were obtained was through an existing contract for IT services. And like with ArriveCAN, what we are talking about today, the border agency had turned into a general contract for IT services at its specific request, and through their research, they found Dalian was submitting invoices and revealing payment. So, in the words of Ms. Dutt, to summarize, this is something that affects every single Canadian, every single taxpayer dollar that is taken from very hardworking Canadians who are already struggling and given the contractors through improper means. And I think Canadians have a right to know what's going on with their hard-earned money, and that.
I'm sorry, the honourable's time is up. I actually gave her a few extra seconds there. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I have a question. As I said earlier, it's not because we're against the amendment that we don't agree with the report. We need to study this further, yes. We carried out this study. Generally speaking, if we speak more generally, what does she think about the fact that Canada is one of the least performant countries in the world when it comes to protecting travellers? ArriveCan is a scandal for travellers. Some had to cancel trips. Sometimes Air Canada said they wouldn't act on ArriveCan. There's just a general lack of protecting travellers in Canada. Canada is very far behind. What does you have to say about this?
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Yes, of course, there are many scandals with this government. This has harmed Canadian travellers. Today, we're talking about ArriveScam. This is truly the biggest scandal here today because it means that even if there were ArriveCan scandals there, we've heard from witnesses at the Government Operations Committee that many more scandals exist. Of course, for Canadian travellers, but also throughout the government with regards to government spending.
The Honourable for Brandon Sears.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank my colleagues for their thorough analysis of the events that took place in AdScam and the unveiling of where this $54 million went to. And I'm just wondering if my colleague has anything else that she'd like to add to the detail that was there. I don't know if she could. That was pretty detailed that she just gave us. But I think that this is an exceptional scandal, and I agree with her that it is probably the biggest one that we've seen in a while. So can she just elaborate on that?
Calgary Midnapore.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you very much to my colleague for the question. And he is right. This is, and I said this the first day of witnesses, this is potentially the largest scandal that we have in the history of recent Canadian government for certain. I was very encouraged to hear the NDP member who spoke on this moments ago say that when he questioned his colleague as to the extent of the scandal, we believe within the Conservative caucus that it's very important to certainly have the discussion around what happened until the Auditor General report, but to hear my NDP colleague say that his colleague believes that it will seize us until the next election, I'm very encouraged by that. It tells me that members of this House and the government should as well recognize the depth and breadth of this scandal and the extent to which Canadians are affected, Madam Speaker.
Time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And quickly to my colleague, despite the faults with the ArriveCan app and its application, why is and then the $54 million and the scandals that we now find? Why is it that the government, in your mind, do you believe that?
I want to remind the member to address the questions and comments through the chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Why is it that the government believes that there's still some value in retaining the ArriveCan app?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Midnapore has 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, that's a very good question. I'm actually shocked when I walk through airports and I see the ArriveScam signage still within the airport, because given the information which we have received, which a result of good investigation by the Conservative caucus as well as Bill Curry at the Globe and Mail, you would think that they would be in a pretty big hurry to conceal this, to wrap this up, to not sort of put it in the faces of Canadian voyageurs to the point point to the point of my colleague from the bloc. So that's a very good question, and I think what Arrive Can does now is it serves as the flagship of scandal, of monetary scandal within this government, with fiscal scandal within this government, and it will go down in history as more than just a failed application, as the tip of the iceberg, as the canary in the coal mine of scandal and corruption within this government, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Comme il n'y a plus de députés.
As there are no more members pursuant to the order adopted on the 31st of October 2023, all questions to dispose of the motion for the sixth report of the Standing Committee on International Trade is deemed adopted, and a vote will be deferred to Wednesday, the 8th of November 2023, after question period.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member, is there a point of order?
The vote on this will be a recorded vote, a recorded division, correct?
It will be a recorded vote. Yes. Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn. Sorry, I've already said that, right? So the honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to pose a question, a follow-up to a question that I had asked in question period, and that is, what does the Prime Minister have to hide? What does the Prime Minister have to hide now that it has been revealed that the Prime Minister obstructed an RCMP criminal investigation into his wrongdoing during the SNC-Lavalin scandal? The Prime Minister's obstruction of a criminal investigation into himself is another chapter in the Prime Minister's sordid and corrupt conduct surrounding SNC-Lavalin. This is a Prime Minister who obstructed justice by politically interfering in the criminal prosecution of SNC-Lavalin, which was facing a raft of bribery and corruption charges, by putting pressure on his then Attorney General to resolve the charges by way of a deferred prosecution agreement. In other words, the Prime Minister attacked the independence of his Attorney General. And when his then Attorney General, Jody Wilson-Raybould, stood up to him, spoke truth to power, and refused to acquiesce to the Prime Minister's corrupt demands, what did the Prime Minister do? He fired her and then threw her out of the Liberal caucus. That's what someone with integrity who stands up to this corrupt Prime Minister, that's what happens to them. They get thrown out, thrown under the bus. The Ethics Commissioner launched an investigation into the Prime Minister's scandalous conduct and found that the Prime Minister had breached ethics laws in relation to his political interference. This marked the second time that the Prime Minister had been found guilty of breaching ethics laws, the Prime Minister being the first Prime Minister in Canadian history to have been found guilty of breaking ethics laws. That's the record of this Prime Minister. The RCMP launched their own criminal investigation into the Prime Minister, which did not make progress. We now know why it didn't make progress, and that is because the Prime Minister obstructed the investigation by refusing to turn over documents requested by the RCMP, hiding behind cabinet confidence. Last Monday, the RCMP Commissioner was set to appear before the Ethics Committee to testify about the Prime Minister's obstruction. But before the RCMP Commissioner could utter a word, the Prime Minister ordered Liberal and NDP MPs to shut down committee to silence the RCMP Commissioner. The Prime Minister's brazen effort to silence the RCMP Commissioner demonstrates that this Prime Minister has something to hide. And it must be bad. It must be really, really bad. What incriminating evidence is contained in those cabinet documents that the Prime Minister refused to turn over to the RCMP? What is the Prime Minister afraid that the RCMP Commissioner would say about his obstruction that he wants to keep the lid on? So again, a simple question. What does the Prime Minister have to hide?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety, Democratic Institutions and Intergovernmental Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am happy to be able to rise to answer this question once again because it's interesting to me, Madam Speaker, that the Conservatives are so desperate to cover up and to filibuster their spending scandal that they are trying to reinvent the past. Madam Speaker, with respect to calls for a criminal investigation by the RCMP, the RCMP have made it very clear on this matter. There is no criminal investigation. There are no criminal charges. There are no reports of obstruction because the matter is closed and the RCMP made that independent decision. The Commissioner has even recently been equally clear that due process has been followed and he is satisfied with the result. So, Madam Speaker, it begs the question of why would the Conservatives bring up an issue that has been resolved, that the RCMP Commissioner has said himself that the matter is closed and there is no investigation. Why, Madam Speaker? I think it's because at committee, what the members opposite are refusing to tell Canadians is that they actually had 26 times that the Conservative members could have moved a motion to bring the RCMP Commissioner to committee. Instead, they waited to filibuster when the committee was interested in looking at the spending scandal of 5 Conservative members who went on a trip to the UK where, Madam Speaker, they dined on porterhouse steaks, Chateaubriand, Scottish smoked salmon, $1,800 worth of champagne in one sitting. At the Savoy restaurant, they spent $1,000 on a 3-course lunch, $1,200 at an oyster bar for dinner. They had 10 bottles of wine in one of these sittings, 3 of them, each bottle at $600 a piece, Madam Speaker. So what I find really interesting for Canadians to see is that the Conservatives are desperate to cover up the fact that they had lobbyists spending thousands of dollars to fly them to the UK to dine on Chateaubriand and sip on champagne, Madam Speaker. And they do not want Canadians to look at this. They do not want committee to ask questions of why lobbyists took them to the UK to spend tens of thousands of dollars for the Conservatives and their champagne taste. So, Madam Speaker, what we have here is we have Conservatives who don't accept the independent advice of the RCMP that have determined that with regards to the SNC matter, the matter is closed. There are no criminal charges, no investigations, no obstruction. But what we do see, Madam Speaker, is the true root cause of the Conservatives' filibuster is because they want to cover up their champagne-sipping taste.
The honourable for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, that is quite rich, given that this is a Prime Minister that racked up a hotel bill of $6,000 a night in London at taxpayers' expense. And talk about an insulting answer to a serious question. The reason there is no RCMP investigation and no criminal charges that have been laid is very simple, and that's because the Prime Minister obstructed that investigation by hiding behind cabinet confidence, blocking the RCMP from obtaining documents that they requested into his potential criminal wrongdoing. So again, if the Prime Minister has nothing to hide, then why did he refuse to turn over pertinent documents to the RCMP that in turn resulted in them not being able to make progress on their investigation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I trust the words of the RCMP Commissioner, who has determined and said independently that due process has been followed and he is satisfied with the result. There is no investigation, there is no criminal charges, and there is no obstruction. But the obstruction we should talk about here today, Madam Speaker, is the fact that the member from Cumberland Colchester received over $7,000 for the trip to the UK. The member for Northumberland Peterborough South, $8,300. The member for Battlefords Lloydminster, $7,900. The member for Lakeland, $7,700. And the member for New Brunswick Southwest, $13,548 paid for by lobbyists. Why won't the Conservatives let us talk about this at committee?
La motion portant que la Chambre.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Thank you.